City Manager Miller. Then conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9B, two potential cases. And then also pursuant to California Government Code Section 54957B1, consider appointment, performance, discipline, or dismissal of public employee, city clerk. Agency negotiator will be city clerk. That will be it.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any comments from the public?
I have no hands raised and no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
A motion, second, roll call vote.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Yes.
Mayor Velasquez.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you. This time, we're going to resume the meeting of September 7th, 2021. Councilmember Burns, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. Roll call.
Councilmember Perez,
Here.
Councilmember Burns,
Here.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Present.
Mayor Velazquez,
Here.
City Manager Miller,
Present.
Police Chief Reynoso,
Here.
and the record will show City Attorney Epperson is absent.
Thank you. City Manager, will you please report out from closed session?
Agenda.
Oh, verification of agenda posting.
Verification of agenda posting. The agenda for the City of Hollister City Council regular meeting of September 7th, 2021 was posted on the bulletin board on September 3rd, 2021 at 8:35 a.m. per Government Code Section 54954.2. Thank you.
Thank you. City Manager, will you please report out?
Sure. On items 1 and 2, conference with labor negotiators, staff was given direction on the 2 litigation items. Also, staff was given direction, and then pursuant the appointment and performance of the city clerk, direction was also given, and closed session ended 7 p.m.
Thank you, sir. We're going to now move to the consent agenda. Are there any items council would like to pull? Do we have any from the public?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Item A5.
Is that it? Is there a
Yes, sir.
motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. We'll move to item A5.
Miranda Eberly.
Hello,
Hello.
my name is Miranda Eberly. I request your police report. Can you please, Mr. Tim Burns, you say you were previous law enforcement, correct? Does this look like a redacted police report?
Ma'am, I'm sorry. You're going to have to, we can't go back and forth with the council members. Go ahead and,
Okay, well, I was not provided a properly redacted police report. I don't see how they could completely leave out the investigation. There's no pending litigation. So you all have the police report, and hopefully I'll be hearing from you in regards to my request to Brady, Captain Reynoso also, and I'll be getting a hold of Attorney General. Thank you.
thank you, ma'am. Do we have any other speakers?
I have no other speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. We're going to now move to C, public input. This is the time for anyone in the audience to speak on any item not on the agenda and within the subject matter, the jurisdiction of the council. Speaker cards are available in the lobby and are to be completed and given to the city clerk before speaking. When the city clerk calls your name, please come to the podium, state your name and city for the record, and speak to the city council. If you are joining us by Zoom, please click on the bottom of your screen to raise your hand. If you are joining us by Zoom using a cell phone, please press *9. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes with a maximum of 30 minutes per subject. Please note, state law prohibits the city council from discussing or taking action on any item not on the agenda. Do we have any speakers tonight?
Yes, Mr. Mayor? Carol Lenore?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening, council. At the last meeting, I heard Vice Mayor Resendez state that the current council is much better at getting things done than past council. There is nothing further from the truth. Business was conducted and decisions were made. As I recall, we did not continue much business. We made decisions based on facts and got it done. Take, for example, the fire services contract and tax sharing agreement, 2 important items. Just because you and Mayor Velasquez dissented on most items doesn't equal business not getting done. You kind of indicated that the past council lacked ethics. I know you aren't talking about me, at least I hope so, because I will defend my ethics.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry. We are supposed to be addressing the
Mr. Resendez,
council
yeah, hang on.
entire, please.
Mr. Resendez, thank you. Go ahead and finish, Ms. Lenore.
And you wouldn't be, it's, okay. I will defend my ethics, and you wouldn't be saying it now if Marty was sitting there. Since Marty is not here to defend his ethics, I take it upon myself. Whether you agreed with him or not, there was nothing unethical about Marty. He did what he had to do to secure equal rights on the council, and I thank him posthumously. It wasn't even an hour, and I am speaking to the full council. It wasn't even an hour after adopting the ethics ordinance that
Ms.
Vice Mayor Resendez was calling Honor and Rick
Ms.
ignorant
Lenore,
for
okay.
asking questions
Ms. Lenore,
regarding
at
the
that point,
unity poll.
Ms. Lenore, at this point, I'm going to stop you. What I'm asking, or what your public comment is about, is bringing business forward that the city council together can enact, vote on, and work through the process.
No, I'm
This is not-
exhibiting
I'm
my
sorry, but
free
this is not
speech
a-
right
This is not a
to
session
comment
to.
on council comments.
I know, but we're not going to go back in time to talk about what happened 2 years ago, 5 years, or 10
Well,
years
then,
ago.
okay, I'll agree with you, Mayor
Thank you, ma'am.
Velasquez. Well, then, inappropriate comments such as the ones made at the last meeting by Vice Mayor Resendez on saying unethical behavior, and you got is that not talking about the past?
Ms.
So
Lenore.
I'm commenting on what he said there. I'll continue, please. I find it downright comical that Vice Mayor Resendez's concern on social media is concerned with social media regarding campaigning. If that isn't the height of hypocrisy, I don't know what is. Try to remember, I am still a resident here. And if you keep negatively alluding to me, I will keep commenting. You offended me last meeting, and that's why I'm commenting this evening. On another issue to the full council, respectfully, one regular meeting is not adequate for the
Thank you.
public. Maybe
Thank
you
you
need
very much.
additional staff to get it done bi-monthly.
Thank you. Thank you.
My last comment is related to reckless
Ms.
driving.
Lenore,
I see
that's
every
it.
day,
Just thank
but
you very
mostly
much.
weekends.
Your time
Is
is up.
somebody interrupting?
Yes, I am interrupting. Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you, Thank you, Carol.
You interrupted me, which is why I wasn't able to
What?
get it done.
Everyone.
Very good leadership. Great.
We're going to go through this and understand. After the previous years, the city council enacted rules to make sure that we wouldn't be here attacking one another or here
Oh,
having
but he
conversations.
did.
But Ms. Lenore, as a former council member, your other points should have been the items brought up as a council we could work on. So please, in the future, if you could refrain from attacking a council member or responding. This is not going to be, as in the past, a Facebook forum to attack one another. Those days are over, and I'm happy to say we are working together well as a council. So thank you very much. We'll move to the next speaker.
Elias Salinas.
Good evening. Please note, Government Code states that the law prohibits the City Council from discussing or taking action on any item not on the agenda. You must hear the public input without interruption. You have established rules and policies that only fit for your agenda and not for anybody else. You don't like being brought up on a subject, that's on you, because we are here and we can criticize your job that you're doing, whether it's a great job or whether it's a bad job. But you are not entitled to stop us from public comment because that is our constitutional right. Council members may not and should not be contacting staff directly, whether it's management or the city manager, to direct them to do something. You may contact them to ask them to place something on the agenda, but you are not directed to tell them exactly what it is that you want. That is up to the entire city council. This has been going on for a long time. This is not the first time I mention it. It continues to happen. You established these policies that only apply to something that you like, and if you don't like it, you stop us from talking. I can be up here and I can be 3 minutes and I can say anything that I want about the entire council, and I may name you. You cannot stop me. You think that the new rules are legal? They're not. Unfortunately, you have a city attorney that needs to go because he's not giving you and lacks municipal code experience to tell you what you can and cannot do legally. And that's on all four of you right now, that you should be able to be looking for an attorney that can give you guidance, because you guys have placed yourselves in a situation where you're going to be sued because you're trying to shut us down. And what you just did with former Councilman Carol Lenore was completely wrong. You made a comment, you broke the government code, and you broke your own rules. You're supposed to stop the clock and make a comment on something else, but not directly attack her. She can make any comment that she wants like anybody else. It just irks me to no end how it is that you as a council member Resendez and you, Mayor Ignacio Velasquez, continue to dictate what can and cannot be done. It needs to stop. And you have two other council members that it is their duty to know what policy is, to call to order when you start getting offline and you start on your high horse, that you can tell anybody what they can and cannot do. I also at this time request that the council consider taking the dispensary and adding it and letting more people apply for it.
Thank you very much. I will repeat what I said earlier. This is a forum as residents who come speak to us on issues that are happening, happening within our community, so we can help solve those issues. It will not be a forum to, again, as in the past, spread rumors or accusations. That's not what city council is about. We're here for you, but we're not going to go through those same times again. We don't need to do this. We learned from the past. We're working together, and we appreciate your help, rather than making accusations, emotional accusations. It's just not helpful for our community. So thank you very much. Do we have another speaker?
Don Koistinen.
Gentlemen, I am not here for anything controversial. I'm here for a couple of stop signs. Some of my neighbors are here from the Maple Chapel Street area. We're requesting 2 additional stop signs. I've spoken to my councilman, Mr. Perez. He advised me that it costs several $1,000s to do a traffic study. I implore each of you to drive down Maple Street, heading east, come to the stop sign at the corner, stop, try to make a turn to the right, without getting hit from someone speeding down Chapel coming from the left because you can't see them. So that's my ask, is that you guys go out there and maybe you can expedite this through the development department so that you don't have to spend $10,000+ to do a traffic study. The traffic since the new houses went in on that corner has gotten to be just crazy. People speed. I've almost gotten hit, I can't tell you how many times, just trying to turn onto Chapel Street, coming from Maple Street. Also, I want to talk about trying to get out of our driveways. A friend of mine was backing out of my driveway and got hit by somebody speeding around the corner and slammed into her. We just need to have a three-way stop there. It would probably make things go a lot simpler in the neighborhood. We'll avoid some deadly accidents. And I know there's going to be a lot of activity going down there. I think Mr. Perez was telling me that there's going to be a new hotel, a strip mall, and I think 800 houses, which we tried to not get through, but we weren't successful in that. So anyway, that's all I have to say. Please get us 2 stop signs.
You're speaking, just correct real quick, Maple and Chappelle?
Maple and Chapel.
Chapel. And you said another stop sign somewhere?
2 stop signs. To make it a 3-way stop.
Thank you.
It's currently, there's only a stop sign right now at the corner of Chapel.
Gotcha.
We need a 3-way stop there. It's very dangerous.
you.
Thank you.
Shirley Hawkins?
I'm a little nervous.
It's okay.
Good evening. My name is Shirley Hawkins, and I live in District 1 at 271 Maple Avenue, the street in Hollister. I'm here tonight because I believe the intersection of Maple and Chapel is unsafe. Almost on a daily basis, I see close calls with motorcycles, pedestrians, vehicles, bicycles. There's children who play on that corner. When stopped at the stop sign on Maple Street, the sight lines to the left is blocked by a wall, shrubbery, and vehicles. I believe that is not safe. It is not safe to turn on Chapel in either direction. I have watched people try to turn left and almost get hit. They can't see. The vehicle on Chapel Road coming from the left cannot see the vehicles that are stopped at the stop sign. And they're almost on top of them before they can see people pulling onto Chapel. The vehicles traveling from the right, turning onto Maple, they rarely slow down and they cut the corner. I have contacted Public Works and Representative Mr. Perez, and I'm hoping this safety issue will be addressed. It has been proven that a 3-way stop sign will solve those problems. There was temporary stop signs during construction of the houses, and we didn't have a problem. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Robin Pollard?
Good evening, Robin Pollard, Hollister, or you want my address? I don't remember anyhow. It's nice to be back here in Chambers. I want to thank you for opening us up again. I want to thank the ladies for Maple and Chapel. I was there 2 days ago, and I said somebody needs to cut that white rose down. You cannot see anything. It's really bad, but that's not why I came. I'm just support. I came to talk about parks. I attended the Parks Commission meeting last week, and a report was given about the bathrooms at Park Hill, and I understand they're short-staffed. And I see that I saw on the agenda there's lots of jobs that you're putting out there on the agenda. So I'm hoping that you will add a parks maintenance so that perhaps the bathrooms in Park Hill can be finished and open. We were told back in June that they would be done in 2 or 3 weeks, and now it's September. And, you know, I get it that they don't have the manpower to do it, but if that's the case, we keep adding more parks with all the new development, and I'm for parks. I'm not against parks, but we have to have the manpower to maintain the parks that we have and to do these projects. And so that was my first reason for coming. My second one is also at the Parks Commission. Brigantino Park was discussed again and moving forward on the development of it. And I know you guys are really excited about getting some sort of traveling team fields in there so you can create some income for the city. But until you get a safe access for our youth, you can't possibly, in good conscience, build anything out there. Whether it's a road or a trail through the river, I know the bridge is a big, way too much money, whatever. You cannot build anything, you cannot develop that area without a safe access. You can't expect, I know you want the traveling teams to drive there. I have passed kids walking and riding their bikes on that 4th Street Bridge more than once. Other people have. We need to do something about that to get safe access. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dino Marotti?
Yeah, hello, Councilor. My name is Dino Marotti. I'm representing Ruth Gary Marotti and my mother-in-law. We've been having a problem in the back of our house. We got an old Victorian house at 644 on 4th Street. It's an old Victorian. It's been there for years.
Well, I'm sorry, what street?
On 4th Street, 684, right? 644. It's an old Victorian. It's been there for numerous years. The Geary family has been there for 56 years. They're part of District 1. Talked to Rick over there. He's very helpful, but his hands are tied, pretty much, in a nutshell. I'm not against the police. I'm not against the firemen. I'm not against any single city member at all. But I feel that there's some waste going on around. For instance, the flagpole's put outside. There's $12,000 right there. The police got those whirlybirds or whatever. That's another $15,000 I was told by the city manager. And then on top of that, there's another $5,000 going to train the officers. That's fine. You got that done. Well, my concern is behind the house, going up to the electric gate that we have over there, there's potholes there's 35 yards. There's potholes that are so deep, when her mother comes, she's a special needs person, very special needs. When her mother comes home from the doctors, with Ruth takes care of her mother and takes her to and from doctors, every time she goes through there, she tries it very carefully and very diligently, but her head snaps back and forth, and her neck is very weak. Okay, and that concerns me. I'm really hot about that. I'm not asking to repave the road. I'm asking for the potholes to be filled. That's all. I go to find out that they were being done, and I thought it was the city doing it. No, it was a gravel guy that lives across the street from us that was filling it all on his own. He worked at a gravel company. The city never did nothing. And these folks have been paying taxes for 56 years. And you figure by now that something could be done with that. Just potholes being filled. They take 20 minutes to 15 minutes apiece, and there's 15 of them within 35 yards. And even the name of the street is not even on there. You make a delivery, some guy can't even make deliveries anymore. What's the name of the street? Fremont. And that's ridiculous. I mean, come on. And if something were to happen to my mother-in-law, you'll be hearing from me, because the city is responsible for that, I would imagine. Not to make a new road, it costs $1 million. Just to fill the potholes, please.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie Castro.
Good evening. I had a question about the agenda. I was wondering where the tabled item is from last week regarding the thin blue line flag that is supposed to fly for next month, October 2021. The application was filled out properly.
It's on the agenda.
No, that's for next year.
Yeah, they made a mistake. It's, the discussion night will be about the October one. There was a mistake made on that, but we'll be discussing the October
So
one.
that's just a mistake, so you'll,
Yeah.
oh, okay. Thank you. Did you notify anyone that that was a mistake,
We
or?
just found out today. Yeah. So,
Oh, okay, you didn't address us, so.
yeah,
Okay, thank
we
you.
will be. Thank you.
Jose Mendez.
Hello, Councilman. My first meeting. Pretty excited and nervous, but I love it right now. I feel good. So I'm here about the traffic issue on Chappelle and Maple Street. I live on that street. I believe, I just want to get into some history of that. I live there, and 2 years ago, someone hit my Jetta in front of my house, and it shot over to the next door neighbor, and then they hit it again twice. It got totaled. I barely moved there when that happened, like not even 2 weeks. So then I kind of thought, okay, that's not good, you know. So then I have little girls and boys, so we're outside playing. Cars are just zipping by, and I was new to the area. I'm born and raised here in Hollister. I never really appreciated a community. I left Hollister and I came back once I had my kids, and I realized this is where I want to be. I want them to be safe and grow up in a good environment. But my concern right now is traffic. My neighbors put in their input. I would like to just say that I was looking at this fence height, maximum of 3 feet for a side of a home. The shrubs in that area on Chappelle are 4 feet 6 inches and 4 feet on Maple Street. So to me, that's still considered a fence. It's wood and it's obstruction. So I did some measurements and stuff. I'm not an engineer, but it is a pretty hard turn once you go from Chappelle to Maple. You have about 9 feet on one side and then 20 feet on another side. So you're kind of cheating the other side. So those people are really kind of hugging the line, the center divider, to not hit the cars that are parked on that side. I'm out there all the time with my yard and just barbecuing, watching my kids play, and I don't let them out no more because it's pretty bad. Just on the way over here, we almost got hit leaving our house. There is an issue with backing up. The street has a horrible incline where it dips, so when it rains, it floods, but that's another issue. But it just seems poorly developed. And my other concern, or I would like to just also say that I would like to see a 3-way stop. If anything, I mean, put some fence, some signs up, slow down, maybe one of those digital things that tell you your speed, just anything. And I also agree, I would hope someone would go out there and just survey that area and just check it out. But after 5, not in the morning, not at lunch, around 5 o'clock. We have a Starbucks now around the corner, so I could just see things getting worse. People are gonna go get an expensive milkshake, a coffee. And I just don't think it's gonna be a good situation. Especially kids are in school now, of course, but it wasn't too bad. Now they're in school, so now you see the traffic from the parents, people going to lunch, and it's pretty bad, and I just hope no one gets hurt.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We'll now move to item D1, City Manager's Report.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll have staff look at getting a sign on the Fremont Alley. And then also I'll have code enforcement at least look at the Maple area, see if there's something we can do on a more immediate basis. And then finally, we have representatives from City of San Juan Bautista, and I was hoping that we can maybe move item F9 up on the agenda so that we can have them, accommodate them so that they can go home.
They don't want to hang around with us tonight?
I think they do this enough already.
Come on, guys. Did you want to tell the public about speed humps coming up, or wait for that?
We'll wait for that.
Wait
We'll,
for
we'll
that.
do the test first, and then we'll get it.
We'll test it, okay. Okay, if the council's all right to move item F9 forward, if there's
That's fine.
consensus?
Fine with me.
All right, let's move to item F9.
Thank you. So this is for council to discuss an MOU to provide wastewater service, and it's actually kind of an emergency service to San Juan Bautista. San Juan Bautista has approximately 800 connections. Their current general plan is being amended to reduce their growth to 1.9%. The treatment plant impact fee from San Juan Bautista, if we do go forward, will be about $2.5 million. And it's been requested that they pay it over 30 years with the interest equal to the city's wastewater bond interest rate. The MOU will also have a maximum daily flow of 1.2 million gallons per day. Their current flow right now is 160,000 per day. Our peak capacity flow that we can handle is 5.5 million gallons per day, and we are currently averaging 2.2 million gallons per day. And then also San Juan Bautista will be paying a monthly utility rate that is only for the treatment portion of the wastewater, as the San Juan Bautista will be responsible for their own collection lines. But Don Reynolds, the city manager for San Juan Bautista, has a quick little presentation for council.
Welcome, Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. Thank you, City Manager Miller. I appreciate your time tonight and your consideration of this matter. We have been working hard since I started July 2nd, 2019. It's been my focus. And just in 2020, we had 39 special meetings. COVID, of course, but water was on every agenda. So this has been our City Council's focus. And with me tonight, I have members of our Water Committee, Mayor Jordan and Councilmember Freeman are joining me tonight. We came to the Hollister City Council February 1st to discuss our progress looking towards a solution to close to $1 million in fines being imposed by the State Water Board since 2007, and a recent administrative order on consent compelling us to improve our water systems and to find a better permanent solution. So this MOU that we bring to you does a number of things, but it's intended to be a bridge. It's a temporary agreement to get to a long-standing permanent agreement. So this agreement would ask the question, is this project feasible? And if it's found to be feasible, then the next step under the MOU is to form a permanent 10 or 20-year agreement. And the City of Hollister is already in such agreement with Sunny Slope and the San Benito County Water District, that agreement would be amended to include San Juan Bautista. It's modeled after an MOU that we did execute in February of this year with the Water District with the same premise, where we have to import water that is less salty. So we're importing surface water from the reservoir through the West Hills treatment plant into our water system and blending it, so that way the water output is cleaner. And that's the ultimate solution. The MOU was drafted in April, and we've been working closely with City Manager Miller and the Wallace Group, who manages your treatment plant. Every time we had questions or recommendations of the Wallace Group and our technical staff, who's online, I believe, Gabe from Stantec, in case you have questions about some of these technical issues, we did negotiate through the agreement and did negotiate and discuss the connection fee. We estimated originally in section 3.12 of the MOU that the connection fee would be estimated $4.67 million, and that's based on your published rates. That's based on what you charge all of your customers for both collection and treatment. Bartle Wells and Stantec went through the agreement working with the Wallace Group and singled out just the treatment portion. And later in these slides, I will show you, I guess that works. Does that work? Pardon? Yeah, he had it working. Oops. I don't know. Oh, I'm sorry. I was hitting the wrong button. This is the first live council meeting I've been to in 18 months. I'm just used to doing the Zoom thing, man. Very exciting. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. Let me back up. Now I'm too far ahead. Yeah. Okay. So, oh, is Paul helping me? Paul, I'm still on the first slide, if that helps. Okay. No, I need to go back one more. Okay, here we go. So, right, there you go. So the final draft approved by the Hollister technical staff was brought board to the San Juan Bautista City Council in August and approved at their August 17 council meeting. It includes the final cost analysis, rate study, and funding applications. Await approval of the MOU. So we've been also looking for numerous different ways to fund the project. What we've done since February is determine a final path for the force main to Hollister by sending it out through county roads. And this way we're reducing our reliance on private easements and acquisitions from 14 down to just 2. That also sends the force main past the industrial users. So let me talk for a minute about our industrial users. They will say to you that Earthbound Farms and True Leaf and Coke Farms are not industrial because they're required by our agreement to extend sewer services to them to only send us domestic wastewater. So they are only sending us their domestic wastewater. Earthbound, our biggest client, has a whole industrial water treatment plant on their premises. So their wash water and other water is separated, and they send us just the toilet water, and that's what we get from their employees. So their use agreements are limited to the number of employees and based on the number of gallons per employee that they would send us. So what we're trying to do is get all of them focused into one location on San Justo Road where we can monitor the quality of the water 24/7 and we can monitor the volume that it put out. Right now, we've been entrusting a third party to send us data that they have hired. We would like to do this ourselves and take it upon ourselves so that we can assure Hollister that the water coming to you is as good as your permit limits require. So our design should be completed by December 22, but our 30% design will be done in October. And so October is a real big month for us. We hope to have our design at 30% complete. We hope to have our environmental studies done, and we hope to have our rate study approved to help pay for the project. So it's going to take about 9 to 12 months to complete the project, and our goal is to be done in time for the EPA's deadline. And the EPA is also on the line today if you'd like to ask some questions. Our goal is December 2023. So when it's done, the city will maintain these lift stations and the force main all the way up to the Hollister treatment plant. So if I've got this right, if I could see the next slide, Paul. I'm sorry, I'm not doing very well. Okay, no, we've been through that one. Okay. Right, so this is the force main project leaving north San Juan Bautista on San Juan Highway and then turning east on Prescott and then using San Justo Road to come across. And that's the design for the 6.5 mile pipeline. The estimated cost is $14.8 million, design, acquisition of right-of-way, and construction. And on the next slide, Paul. It's going to end here. This is Union Road and Highway 156. And you can see that it comes in at the bottom on the right-hand side, right into the Hollister treatment plant to a manhole that the city will have to improve in order for the manhole to accept our pipe coming under Highway 156. It avoids impacting the Hollister collection system entirely because it terminates, our responsibility terminates at your treatment plant. The city plans on sending, on average, we've calculated about 160,000 gallons per day. It's actually gone down since 2017, I think through the use of water conservation toilets and other efforts. Our general plan, talking about growth, this is a sensitive subject, of course. We appropriated $100,000 this year to initiate a general plan amendment. Our general plan was adopted in 2016, and every 5 years we should amend it. And to that end, we did not adopt a sphere of influence and take it to LAFCO. And so this has been brought forward to LAFCO, and Bill Nicholson and I are becoming great friends. Because we have a need to establish a sphere of influence and control growth in our city. And so this is why we've appropriated the funds and established an ad hoc committee to study a general plan amendment. Right now, the general plan estimates a 3% growth rate, and the city has never grown at 3%. The average over 10 years is right around 1.9%. So we amended our water and wastewater master plans to include this 1.9% growth rate. And it's based on the general plan. So the number that you see in the MOU estimates a 1.9% growth per year. And as Brett referenced, our portion of 160 gallons per day is a small portion of the total. So with that, I skipped over a lot of things quickly, and I'm happy to go into more detail on any of these matters, but that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Sir. Do you have any comments, or do you want to have any public comments first?
I'd like to reserve my comments until after public comment.
Okay.
Mayor. Thank you.
Do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Elias Salinas?
Good evening, Council. I have been advocating for years and years that San Juan Bautista should hook up both water and sewer to the city of Hollister. I would request an explanation to the citizens of the county as to why. I thought it would be a great idea, since 156 is being expanded. Why not decide and get it done and use 156 instead of going through all this meandering, whatever? Maybe it was looked into, but the construction is there. The permission can be granted from the state, and it's more direct. It is shorter route, so I don't understand. The permission has already been done. It's just a matter of communicating with Caltrans to get permission. PG&E is already doing the underline wiring there. So it would just be a matter of adding the water and the sewage. I think it would be more economical. We all know that San Juan Bautista has a water problem, and we all know that they have absolutely a big issue with the sewer, and the city of Hollister had that issue many, many years ago. So we can sympathize with the problems that the city of San Juan Bautista is going through. So I think it's a great idea that as advocate for the citizens of San Juan Bautista to have something. They have issues all the time. Their pipe systems are well over 100 years old. Even I think it's like 150, and they're going to have that impact as well to get new lines within the city and then get those lines hooked up to this new system. I personally would like to see, and I know that the mayor is going to disagree with me, but I would like to see, I don't think it's called, I'm going to call it a regional, but it's not, that's not the correct term, but I would like to see the city of San Juan Bautista, the city of Hollister, San Benito County, and Tres Pinos actually eventually become a sewer and a water corporation, however it is, two city councils, two councilmen or supervisors from each city or from the county, a city, one from each for, or anyway, just the way they do with other committees, so that it can be brought up and it can, you know, they can talk about it. It could also go to, I mean, if something that's disagreeable, obviously, just put it up to a measure and let the citizens of the entire county decide whether that's what they want to do. So thank you.
Thank you.
I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I have a reserved spot for you, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it. So I think that is a great question Ms. Salinas raised. Why not take a more direct route? I'm sure that there's a rationale to how we've gotten to this point, and if you could explain it, I would appreciate that.
Sure, that's my pleasure. Thank you very much. There's a couple issues with going the direct route, and that is the location of our collection systems on the north side of our town, and so it would require then to double back all the way through town. Secondly, it is Caltrans right-of-way, and I know they're starting the 156 bypass, but if this project takes more than 3 to 4 years, we're going to miss our deadline with the EPA. So timing and meeting the EPA's deadline is also important. But in working with the prior RMA director, they were more than welcome to allowing us use the right-of-way in the county roads, and understand that we have the same accessibility, but working with our county partners instead of our Caltrans partners, it's just a lot easier. So we have a soft go-ahead. Of course, there's encroachment fees that we have to pay the county, but we're able to use this shoulder and not necessarily go down the middle of the asphalt. It's just, that's what Stantec did when they came on board in February, is they spent 3 months picking the best path, and we agreed that this was the best path. It's really important to our residents, if we can keep the industrial users' sewer at their plant and not in our house. And if we can go by and pick it up on the way, then it's a better project for everybody. So that's some of the reasons.
Thank you. For the Hollister City Manager, Mr. Miller, if the city moves forward to initiate this agreement, will this require any additional staffing on behalf of the city of Hollister?
No, because the San Juan Bautista will be responsible for their collection lines, so they'll be responsible for cleaning them, maintaining them. All we're going to be doing is processing the wastewater, which Veolia already does, and it's already would be planned for accordingly.
Thank you. My final question of you, sir, would be, knowing that the city of Hollister has anticipated, and we have development always going on here, has your assessment of our capacity factored in our forecasted and our committed growth?
Yeah, we looked at it. I mean, like I say, 800 connections that's a small. Recently has been a small development for Hollister. So yeah, we can handle it, and we have the ability to expand our capacity also.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. I appreciate it. Mayor, I'm going to support this, and that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions from council?
Just some comments if I can, sir.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. First of all, welcome our colleagues from the neighboring city to the city of Hollister. It's good to see you guys. And then I just wanted to make mention that we talked about this at the last intergovernmental, so those that were there, it's probably going to be repeated for you, but I believe that my colleagues here have not heard it. If we're thinking about expanding broadband services out in the county, I know that's something that's a high priority of both San Juan Bautista, the city of Hollister, and the county, and we're going to go ahead and open it up for the sewer lines, then I would just say that we ensure that we do the broadband at the same time. So if we can have those two things running side by side, that would be very beneficial to everybody and all the citizens. Those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we were just discussing, well, San Juan Bautista will be getting water from San Benito County Water District also, so we'll figure out the best path to get some conduit in there.
Right. So I do have a few comments. I want to thank the council members here, Mayor, there she is, council member, for coming. This is an opportunity to show what partnerships can do. This has been a conversation for a while here between Hollister and San Juan, and there was some questions early on if it can be done. It was looked into at LAFCO. I think there was a question before if LAFCO is all right with this. And yes, it does work with LAFCO legally because we're two government agencies providing the same services. So the key to this agreement is that we're providing services within our jurisdictions and not just out anywhere. Somebody made a comment about providing services in different areas. This is how we got into trouble in the past with growth. We had basic sprawl happening throughout our community, our county. This works. This works as a partnership, and it really makes a lot more sense financially, I think, for the city of San Juan Bautista to do this system, because the question was brought up or pointed out that this somehow should be a system for the entire county. Why wasn't it done that way? Well, if you go back and look at the history of our sewer plant, all of you that are paying that outrageous high bill right now that we're all frustrated with, that was designed for basically the entire community. But at the time, part of that community decided they didn't want to be part of the payment of that huge facility, so chose to go on their own path, not San Juan Bautista, but others. And the city of Hollister ended up shouldering the entire bill, and this is why we're paying this huge fee. That happened because of a lack of planning in the past, and more importantly, a lack of financial planning. Because when you have these plants that we spent $120 million for, you have to understand in the future, there's going to be more cost to this. And if you plan correctly, you'll have the dollars ready. When you don't, you're given a bill of $120 million with no money to pay for it. So this is how we got into the situation. So it does make sense for the city of San Juan and us to work together on this, save some money. The only concerns I have, and I want to make sure we're addressing it either now or in the future, is the connection fee. Our connection fee at this time is much lower than it should be, realistically. And the study will show what that connection fee will be in the future. I think it's important that we understand that true cost of that connection, because as I said, later on, that sewer will have to be expanded and there will be major dollars into it. We still have quite a bit to pay off on that sewer plant, but I think we can come up with a reasonable fee that's fair and not the higher fees that will be coming in the near future. I also want to make sure we're clear about the service, what the true cost of that is, because we got to process the water, and our residents, as we know, are paying 80 base rate, and you use more water, you get a higher base or a higher rate on the sewer too. So we have to make sure we're understanding those numbers correctly, so there's no misunderstandings in the future as we have to raise rates. We want to be fair to San Juan. We want to be fair to our community. Since we're processing at a bulk, we need to understand what kind of waste is coming through. So we're clear on that up front, because the more salt or more other problems with it, it does cost more to process that water. So I think it's going to be important for us to get closer to the rate what we're paying, our citizens are currently paying in our city, so we can do that correctly up front and not later, because it wouldn't be fair to the residents of San Juan Bautista to get another bill later saying, oops, we made a little mistake here, it's going to cost you quite a bit more. So I want to make sure we get that figured out. And I want to make sure we're clear on the services provided are for the city of San Juan Bautista, not the outlying areas. This is how we got, again, into problems in our own community where service was provided in areas it shouldn't have been. Cities are where growth should occur, not more sprawl. So I want to make sure we have a good understanding of that, and we're clear with San Juan Bautista. And the conversations I've had with them, they're again, I love working with these partners, and we work all so well together. So we understand that, and of course the future growth, a number that we can live with, because again, we're going to have growth in our community that we're seeing right now, and we don't want to be in a situation too early where we have to pay for an expansion before we have time to pay off the current facility. So if we can work that out, I don't know if we have to do that now or we can do that in the future. Mr. Reynolds, we've had this conversation, and want to make sure, want to make sure we're clear about this. This is a big project, an important project, and we can get it right the first time out. That would be, I think, more appreciated by the residents of both cities.
Yeah, I will speak for Don and myself. Yeah, we want it right the first time, because trying to fix it after the fact will be really difficult.
So is that something we want to work out tonight? I know the council probably has more questions about our current impact fee for sewer connections of $4,000, when really it should be closer to $9,000 to $10,000 per hookup.
Correct. I mean, we are, right now, council has adopted the use of professional services to redo our sewer impact fee and also look at our rates. So we hope to have that done within 6 months. So that should help. And that'll be in effect before they hook up.
And that's my question. Right now, the current fee is $4,000, but the presented contract is somewhere about $2,400. So is that something we work out now, rather than, again, later on the fee's going to go up, but we don't I would agree it would not be fair to the city of San Juan Bautista to pay that higher fee. It's this existing city. It's not a new development happening. So I think, but at the same time, I don't believe that $2,000 fee is the correct amount to really cover some of the impact it will have on our plant. So that's something we could work on now. Is that
Yep.
something San Juan Bautista is willing to work with us on? And what are your feelings?
What I'd
Mayor?
like to propose, Mayor, is that be part of the permanent agreement, which we'll know by the end of October. And if things are feasible and our rates do get approved, then we're going full bore ahead on this permanent agreement. And that's where I think the EPA would feel better if we had your confidence tonight, and so we could move forward.
You have my full support on this project. Again, it's very important. I just want to make sure we're clear on this, it's on the record, and we can work that. And I agree with you on that, if we can do that.
Correct.
Mr. Manager.
Yeah, we'll do it on the final agreement.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah, I
Go
have,
ahead, Mr. Perez, Councilor Perez.
actually, I'm in total support of this. I'm sure all the minor details we can work out. My question is more towards the, my sewer beer. I don't even drink.
No sewer beer.
That-
not
that's
good.
why.
Sewer beer is not good.
Yeah, I wouldn't try that one. My bill, or everybody's bill. So I was under the understanding that that $80-something rate was supposed to be coming down. By the addition of adding San Juan, is that going to help that fee come down?
Yeah, it would definitely help, as we have more ratepayers, there's more costs to spread across. And just kind of for information for everybody, so residential has a flat fee where our commercial rates is based on water use. But yeah, as we get the different hookups or impact fees, we have been using that to pay down our sewer bonds, which helps cut down on interest payments and our principal payments, which we've used to help lower our payments also.
Good, that's a good thing. But like I said, I'm in total support of this, and don't drink no sewer beer.
Okay, is that all the questions? Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you, San Juan Bautista.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
We are now going to move to item E1.
So for clarification, Mayor, I don't believe we said anything about D2, but I have nothing to report on it.
There's nothing to report on D2.
Yeah, I
Thank
just
you.
want to make sure.
We're on E1.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Amber Cameron. I'm an Associate Planner with the Development Services Department. The item before you tonight is an appeal of action taken against the Planning Commission. Their decision to deny the applicant's request to remove condition of approval number 55 of PC Resolution 2016-11 for tentative map 2015-9 as amended by PC Resolution 2017-31, which requires the applicant to provide an emergency vehicle access, also known as an EVA, for the proposed homestead subdivision to Westside Boulevard. This item did come before council on August 16th. This time staff would like to ask if you would like to receive the full report or not.
I believe the council had the report previous, or would they like to receive it again? You're okay? I read through the
No.
report.
The applicants are within the audience, so if you have any questions for them, they are able to speak to you as well.
Is there any questions from council of the applicant?
Mayor, I'd like to reserve my comments or questions pending the public hearing.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any comments from the public?
I do. Ingrid Siwak?
Good evening, council members and Mr. Mayor. Hello, my name is Ingrid Siwak. I'm the owner and builder of the 13 future homes along Westside Boulevard at the corner of South Street. Currently, the required EVA is a 26 feet wide open smooth concrete roadway from our interior street that will empty into a busy 4-lane arterial road, West Side Boulevard. This will be a huge long-term liability for the city, 24/7 and going on forever. I want to make sure the council gives serious consideration to those liabilities. I oppose the currently approved design and cannot believe any reasons for supporting it. I feel so strongly about it that I have attended now my 3rd hearing on this matter and expended $1,000 in appeal fees to get here. I want to make sure my buyers know I did everything I could to protect them. I recognize the concern one resident from the cottages raised at the Planning Commission hearing. However, a much better solution is a type of EVA that has already been approved and installed at the Hillcrest Meadows project. It is a 4-foot wide ADA compliant gate which allows people to pass without long-term liabilities from wide open spillage onto West Side Boulevard. I don't want to eliminate the EVA. I want to install a better one which would allow people to egress in an emergency but not leave a wide open gaping space guaranteeing future liability claims against you and the city. The fire department is on record saying even if installed, they would not use it in an emergency. I hope you can support a revised design. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Alex Siwak?
Mayor and council members, good evening. Thank you for hearing our appeal. At the last meeting, the council raised 2 issues. One, whether the elimination of the EVA would allow us to build another home out there. That is not the case. If you look at the schematic of where the EVA is, it's simply a 26-foot wide expanse from an interior street onto West Side Boulevard. A second point that was raised was why wasn't this issue brought up at the original Planning Commission hearing back a number of years ago when the the conditions of approval were discussed then. At that time, we didn't know that an EVA was not necessary. A condition, one of the requirements of the conditions of approval was that once we started construction of the subdivision improvements, we would need to check with the fire department as to exactly what kind of EVA this would be. So when I initiated that call in February of this year, I was surprised to hear that the new fire department did not require an EVA. And in fact, at the Planning Commission hearing in April, it was stated that even if the EVA was installed, the fire department, in responding to an emergency, would not try to gain access through the EVA, but would go through the regular street access that's provided to take care of the emergency, rather than potentially spending time trying to open gates, remove bollards, and so on. So I brought you a little picture there with a design, an existing EVA as is approved on our project that's down at the bottom end of San Benito Street. It's a 26-foot wide open skateboard park that would empty into West Side Boulevard. And we think a better solution is to provide an emergency person access, as has been approved and installed in the Hillcrest Meadows on Hillcrest Road, just past the little 7-Eleven store. And there, the cul-de-sac is of a similar size, and they have a 4-foot gate that people can enter and cross over in case there is an emergency and so on. We don't want to remove an EVA condition. We want it to be a better EVA, and one that won't potentially invite the same sort of concerns as the people on the Chapel Road Maple Avenue issue we're talking about. You can't possibly have kids and people running out into West Side Boulevard.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Elias Salinas?
Thank you. I would kindly ask that that the city council ask so that the public can hear the opinion of the fire chief, the police chief, and the planning department to confirm or deny what they're saying, that it will not be used. I think that would make a big impact on a decision that would be made tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. At this time, we will close public hearing. Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. With the city manager's direction or permission, I would like to hear from our acting fire chief. One of the comments made was that the fire department has said that they would not use the EVA in an emergency. And so I'd like to hear your thoughts on that, sir. And it's also my understanding that it came up at the last council meeting where this was addressed, that there was a fire that did happen there, and that at that time the roadway for egress was obstructed by the fire equipment. And so I'd like to hear your thoughts on that and the benefit of an EVA. I am familiar intimately with the Hillcrest location that the applicant brought forward, and I've walked it and I'm familiar with it. And I'm not sure that we're comparing apples to apples in this analogy, and so I'd like your thoughts, please, sir.
Absolutely. Hi, my name's Charlie Bedell. I'm your acting fire chief. Yeah, you know, I stand behind the planning commissions, and when I was approached about this, I didn't know it was a condition of approval. So when we did have that conversation, I had no idea. So usually on these smaller ones, if there's a certain amount of homes in there and they're sprinkled, we don't need it. So, but it was a condition of approval. It's different from Hillcrest because they have 2 ways in and out at least. This one only has 1 way in and out. It only took 1 time emergency, and I would have said, no, we don't need it. But then we did have that 1 emergency, and all it took was 1 person, and it was a complete blocking of the whole community on that. So with that, I am granting a variance to say, hey, we could do a 20-foot fire access road and gate it up and lock it. So I'm okay with cutting it down from a 26-foot to a 20-foot gated locked gate. So not a pedestrian, but a fire access road. So we could open it up and traffic could go in and traffic could come out.
Thank you, Chief. Mayor, I'd like to defer to I do have a couple more questions. However, I'd like to defer in the event the council has questions of the chief, so we don't have him back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
Does anybody have any questions of the chief?
I just like to get a clear picture of what you're saying. Basically, just put up a gate, a wrought iron gate, something like what they have here, at a 20-foot, and that would give you plenty of access in there.
As long as it swings open to the full 20-foot, it could be whatever gate they want.
And that would still solve the problem of balls running in the street and skateboards and all that stuff. Would that also?
It's going right into the sidewalk, so I mean, I'm not.
So, I guess, but my other part is, so having the residents have an escape route also, how would that fit into that? Is there going to be another gate to take up that 6 feet?
I think a great example of one that we had was on Black Forest on Sunny Slope. If you look at that EVA, it's just 1 gate, and people are able to climb over it if they need to, or go underneath if they need to, but it'll be able to swing open, and we can go right through it if needed. Instead of completely blocking it all off so nobody has access. So it's just the tube, just a standard tube pole that locks in the middle, and then we'd be able to go in and open it up. People could still climb under it, or people could still climb over it in case of emergency. And then when we get there, we can unlock it.
It sounds like
especially like the incident where we had the whole intersection blocked off during the fire at that one house. And Murphy's Law, it did happen. So I was corrected, and I stand corrected. I did say, no, we don't, and we won't. And then that emergency happened. So I'm willing to admit when I was wrong on that, and it proved it that day. So we're just adding more homes there. Even though it's the 12 or 14, we're still adding more people there and cars there. with the one way in and one way out.
Thanks for standing up for that too. Yeah, it's like, I am concerned about the safety of the residents, and we've had a perfect example. Maybe it was a good warning. Yeah, I think a double gate sounds good.
Yeah, it sounds good. Like I said, I stand behind the planning commission and the condition of approval, so I support that.
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead, sir.
thank you. I don't know if this is a more of appropriate question for planning department than it is fire department. Was the discussion of a 20-foot gate versus a 26-foot gate given to the planning decision when they gave their decision? And also, what was in the original conditional agreement as far as that goes?
So I believe the original is a 26-foot in the agreement. So if that's what the agreement says, then I support that 100% with what the planning commission.
Okay, and then was this discussion about a 20-foot rather than a 26-foot, was this given or was this told to the planning commission when they rendered their decision?
No, this has been an ongoing with an email back and forth with myself and the builders on this issue that I said I'll let you do a 20-foot. So that's just me granting that, but I'm not going to go against what the planning commission condition of approval was. So
thank you, Mr. Bedoya. I appreciate your report. I stand by my previous comments that I said, and I also stand by the decision of the planning commission. This was in the conditional agreement. You agreed to a 26-foot EVA at the time, and there was a fire there. Like this could have been a complete disaster. So, I mean, there was a fire. There's only one way in, one way out. I still stand by my decision. I stand by the decision of the planning commission, and I appreciate Mr. Bedoya saying that if it wasn't the agreement, then we need to abide by that agreement. We can't start cutting corners and making exceptions so late in the game, so to speak. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Burns, you had another question.
I do, Mayor. Thank you. So, Chief Reynoso, can you give us the law enforcement perspective on the EVA, please, sir?
Yes, Councilmember Burns. I don't think it's that relevant. I know there needs to be an opening there, and that was agreed to. There's also ability for people who live there to go on walks and have an access there too as well, my understanding, as opposed to going the entire way around. There's also been comments about concerns about other people who do not live there going in and out through that neighborhood, but that doesn't stop them from going through any access, but it's a public street. But as far as the safety concern, I don't see the safety concern that's been brought up several times about, kids going in and out through there. Whatever gate you put there, those kids should not be running in the street. They should stay on the sidewalk. I don't see the liability on the city. I just don't see that. It's a type of construction that's in many other places, and it's very common. And there is a need mostly for the fire department for egress and emergencies, similar to the fire that happened there before.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate that. Mayor, that concludes my questions. I, too, am going to support the denial and the Planning Commission's decision. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
So
hang on, let me finish. I agree that there should be this access. I think it's very important that that's made, and I know it was made clear from your department for future developments. I question why we only had one in the first place. I mean, this is, a fire takes place, those trucks need to come in and get out of their way, but at the same time, people need to exit from another source. So almost all developments I've been involved with in the past from my own companies, everything is ingress, egress. So you have two because of these situations that happen, and it will happen. It's just a matter of time. And as pointed out, it happened here. So I fully support the original decision from the Planning Commission. Councilmember Perez?
So this, just to confirm, this option of putting the gate that the fire department would be all right with, it hasn't been before you guys.
Are you specifically talking about the 20-foot gate?
Yeah.
Yes, it was not brought before us. As mentioned by Chief Bedoya, it was a conversation ongoing with him and the applicant.
Okay. The,
Sorry, sir, public comment's already closed.
I'd like to hear from Abraham.
Thank you, Councilmember Perez. Abraham Prado, Development Services Interim Director. How can I help?
So, well, actually, I feel like I'm just wasting our time right here. Anyways, we already got our 3 votes in, but just an overall view of having a gate in there, which would provide the same safety concern for as far as fires going in and out. And actually, it would actually be even quicker because there would be 1 lock to open that gate compared to having to pull up 3 poles, which is 3 locks, and pulling up 3 pipes. So, I mean, just an overall view. I mean, I know you can't make a decision on it. The other part about that I'm not comfortable with is that this was already in plan. And, you know, so I am kind of going back and forth there, but just.
Thank you, Councilmember Perez. Yeah, so as mentioned, this project originally came in with the before the Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission approved it with the condition of approval that an emergency vehicle access at 26 foot wide was be in effect. As Chief Bedoya indicated, he wasn't aware that that had already happened during when the original Planning Commission approved it. Chief Bedoya, I believe, was not part of our development review committee. Now he has been for the last few years, and so he has all the background on these last projects. At that time, he was not, so hence the reason why he came back to us afterwards and indicated that, and appreciate that from him as well. So when the applicant that has the approval, Mr. Saywak and Mrs. Saywak came in, they came in and they asked if it can go before the Planning Commission again, specifically for this condition, to try to see if it can be removed. And the Planning Commission at that time unanimously indicated that they supported that it stayed, which is why we're here today, because they appealed that.
Okay, so let me say it a different way.
Sure.
So if the applicant wanted to come up and say, hey, instead of doing the poles, instead of doing the 6 foot gate, if we wanted to do a 26 foot gate, they could still actually go back and do that process still?
At this point, the gate, the 26 foot wide gate, emergency vehicle access is what's required. If you as a council want to change that requirement, you have the ability to do so if that's your prerogative. But at this point, if the appeal, the decision of the Planning Commission is upheld by the council, then the 26 foot wide emergency vehicle access would be required to be built.
So basically, instead of having 3 poles, they could put up a gate.
So right now
that would have to go back before you guys.
So right now the 26 foot wide gate is what is required, unless you want to change it to put the poles. That's your prerogative. You can make that recommendation and that change, but right now, what's before you is the appeal of the applicant wanting to remove the 26 foot wide gate requirement. And like Chief Bedoya indicated, the gate that was referred to as in the Hillcrest Meadows development, that is a pedestrian gate. However, they do have 2 access, one off of Trinity and one off of Sawtooth, that particular development. So it is a little bit different, as Councilmember Tim indicated. And it could be a challenge of comparing them apples to apples.
Well, I guess what I'm going off of is the picture that we got here. And the one with the 3 poles in it, I'm not concerned about the 6 foot gate. So I'm saying if they put in if they came up with another plan to put in 2 13 foot opening gates, it would be able to solve both problems, and fire would still have access, and they would still be able to I don't know how you designed to put in a gate that someone else can get out of there too. I just think there's another, we're only looking at two things here, yes or no. What about another option? Can maybe the guys can come up with another design to have the gate, but not, because I think these poles, I think they look funky. I don't know, is funky a good word? But it's like, they do. So a gate there, I think would look nicer, and it would give the fire department access there, and I think there's another solution. So hopefully you guys can come up with that. But yeah, not those poles.
Councilmember Perez, good point. So those poles is a picture of a development that's off of San Benito Extension right before Union on a project development called the Saddlebrook development. And those poles are not what would be proposed on this. It would be an actual fire gate that's reviewed and approved by the fire department prior for them to installing. Yeah, that is a picture that the applicant indicated as a potential option, but the condition indicates that they would have to do an actual gate as reviewed and approved by the fire department prior to installation.
Okay, yeah, I was just going off this picture here, so, but.
No, point taken.
Yeah,
Yes.
so I support the fire department having access. I just hope that we can come up to work to a better idea than that.
Thank you. Is there a
Thank
motion?
you.
I'll move that we adopt resolution number 2021-170 and follow the Planning Commission's recommendation to deny the amended tentative map.
There's a motion.
Second.
There's a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. We'll move now to item E2.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Christian Bulis. I'm with the Engineering Division. The item before you is a subdivision improvement agreement and a deferred improvement agreement for the West of Fairview Phase 1B. This project will consist of 133 single-family homes. This project had received tentative map approval back in 2007. All the improvements, including roads, water, sewer, and storm, will be all public. Are there any questions for staff?
Any questions from council? Do we have any speaker cards on this item?
Bridget Kohler.
At this point, I will open public hearing.
Yes.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is Bridget Kohler. I'm the Vice President of Forward Planning with Lennar Homes, and we're the developers bringing this forward. I'm here this evening to seek your approval for the subdivision improvement agreement, the deferred improvement agreement, and the final map and authorization of agreement for improvements for the Phase 1B West Fairview. It's 133 home sites, portion Phase 1B. As you may recall, Council took action in May to extend the development agreement that is included in this property. That just recorded in June. The city engineer has found the final map in substantial conformance with the vesting tentative map approved in June of 2000. As you earlier took action to include these properties into the CFDs to enact that entitlement to help this community make sure it's paying for itself. This is the final ministerial approval needed for this community to keep it going forward as planned and approved previously. And I'm here primarily to answer any other questions you may have with regard to the development. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other speaker cards?
We do. Elias Salinas.
Good evening, council members. I ask that the I'm so sorry, I haven't made it into a city council meeting in a while, and I keep calling you supervisors. I apologize for that. I request that the city council approve the resolution for the Lennar homes. It's been a long time in the planning. It's been, I heard 2007, but actually it goes longer than that. In 2007, they actually finally came to the city with some papers. And it goes along with the influence and the other homes that are already on the east side of Fairview. This is called the west side. So I go, Airline Highway. Anyway, I request that it get passed. She already has mentioned about the affordable homes that have been taken into consideration, which brings the city closer to being in compliant with the state mandates with having to have affordable homes. So thank you.
Thank you.
I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
This time we'll close public hearing. Is there any other questions or comments from council? Just so we make clear with the public, this project has been approved, tentative map's been approved. This is more technical paperwork for the other improvements that need to go process through.
Yes, that is correct. This is just to ensure that the improvements will be done. The developer has already posted bonds for all the improvements. So it's just making sure that the project will be complete.
Thank you. Just want to make sure the public understands. Is there a motion?
So moved.
I'll move.
There's a motion. Mr. Resendez, are you the second?
Sure, I'll second.
There's a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. We'll now
Mayor,
move.
before we move on, could I ask for clarification on E1? The motion was made from Vice Mayor Resendez to uphold the Planning Commission and deny the
Deny.
appeal.
Yes.
The recommendation was to adopt the resolution. Maybe you could help explain that a little bit better. Go ahead.
So, sorry, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
So staff's recommendation for the E1 item was to adopt a resolution of the City of Council of the City of Hollister accepting the appeal for Alex and Ingrid Sidewalk, overturning the Planning Commission's decision and removing condition number 55 from PC resolution as amended by the City of Hollister 2017-31 for tentative map 2015-9 to eliminate the requirement for an emergency vehicle access.
Yes, his motion was to deny the appeal. He did say approve resolution number 2021-170 and deny the appeal.
But we would want to deny the resolution, correct?
Deny the resolution?
Yes,
Okay, so do we need to have that informal vote again?
please.
We'll move back to item E1 and formally, the motion should be to deny resolution
Okay.
number.
I'll move that we deny resolution number 2021-170, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Okay, and there was a second by
Second.
Mr. Burns, and we'll do roll call vote one more time to cover it.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes, we're going to deny.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you for catching that. Those
Yeah.
can be tricky sometimes.
That's why we like our planning staff there. They catch these things for us.
Thank you. We'll move now to, oh wait, it's 8:30. Why don't we take a 10-minute break?
to the incident that happened with the firefighters, with the police officers. I would like to see that, make sure that they all get vaccinated as well. And with regards to Jacobson versus Massachusetts, it overrides having to go through their union to have to approve them to be vaccinated. So it's something that I would hope that the city council approves. I know it has nothing to do with this resolution tonight, but it's something that should be brought to the attention of you all so that moving forward, we can do something to try to end this pandemic.
We need to stay on the item. Thank you.
I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion from council?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
We'll now move to item F2.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Sydney Vega. I'm a Human Resources Technician in the city's Human Resources Division. All right, I have a few items tonight. The first one, F2, is adopting a revised job description for the position of Airport Manager. On the August 2nd meeting, you saw some revisions and had recommendations. These recommendations were to more clearly define and set expectations for the position, as well as include the master's degree wording in there under the experience training qualifications. So those revisions have been made, and staff is recommending adoption of the revised job description.
Thank you. Any questions from council? Do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Alia Salinas?
Thank you. I don't know if I read the description, the job description, and it was my understanding that there's a set of what experience they should have, or a bachelor's degree. And then I think I heard master's, but I don't know. I think it was the master wording of the job description. I would highly recommend that a position like this, that's going to be the manager of the airport, would have a bachelor's degree and not or based on the experience. And that being said, I did not pull a card for 3 and 4, but I request the same thing if it also states the same, that it's or a bachelor's degree. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion from council?
Mayor, I actually do have a question.
You do have a question. Go ahead, sir.
Yes. Can you confirm for me? I don't have it up in front of me right now, so if you just clarify that for me.
Yeah, I can answer that. I'm looking at it right now. It says master's degree in public administration, business management, or related field is desirable.
Okay, but a master's, but is a bachelor's required?
Sorry, before that it says bachelor's degree from an accredited college or university with a major coursework in aeronautics, aviation business administration, aviation, environmental science, or related field. And then it goes on to the master's degree is desirable.
So based on what you said, the BA or BS degree is a requirement then?
Correct.
Thank you. That's the clarification. I'd like to make a motion to move forward and approve the request.
Go ahead, sir.
So moved.
So moved.
So
There's a
moved.
motion. Is there a second?
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, and it's not you cannot just have experience. You have to have the bachelor's. Is that correct?
Correct.
To answer your question, sir?
I didn't hear him.
He said
Oh, sorry,
correct.
correct.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. There is a motion and there is a second.
Second.
Motion and second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move now to item F3.
All right, so item F3, similar, so it's adopting a revised job description for the position of Community Services Director. At the August 2nd City Council meeting, recommendations were made to separate the Parks Division from the Community Services division, and then added on to recreation for Parks and Recreation Department, and then as well to add that master degrees language, which we have done. And then staff recommends adoption of this as well.
Thank you. Any questions from council?
Mayor Velazquez?
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I may have just misread this, but as I look at F3A under experience, which would have been on pages 343 and 347, under it says prior experience managing a multifaceted recreation program in the high-level management or director's position is desired. And so maybe I'm confusing things, but if that's there, my question would be, why would we have that there if we've now created a recreation and parks director position? Am I seeing something that isn't there? My assumption is it should just be removed.
Sorry, can you repeat this section?
Yes, it was under the experience section on pages 343 and 347 of the staff report. It was in there. I didn't see a red line through it or anything like that. 347, page 347 and page 343 under experience.
And
Yeah, we can remove the water, sewer, and streets.
well, this would be for the community services director, so they would
Oh,
still be.
sorry.
So they would still be overseeing water, sewer, and streets, and then later on
sorry.
tonight we'll be addressing the parks and recreation.
Right, no, my point was simply
Oh.
when I read the job description, I believe I read that it said, prior experience in managing a multifaceted recreation program in a high-level management or director's position is
Oh.
desired. And so that should, my sense is if it's there, it doesn't apply to this position. And so it should be removed from the job description.
Yeah, correct. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say that is correct. Anything pertaining to the recreation department would fall under the recreation director.
Right, so this should be eliminated.
Correct. So we would ask that you would make that in your motion, that we remove that item.
Of
Okay.
the park, I see what you're saying.
Right.
Yeah.
Parks maintenance.
Right.
Okay, any other questions? Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion from council?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to make that motion with the recommendation that the language that I've reviewed be removed from that job description.
Of the parks maintenance?
Right.
Okay. There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move to item F4.
All right, this item is to adopt the revised job description for the Development Services Director position. On the at the August 2nd meeting, recommendations were made to add the master's degree wording to make that desirable, as well as to change the AICP cert from desirable to now says possession or ability to obtain. So those revisions have been made for those recommendations, and staff recommends adopting this as well.
Any questions from council?
Mayor Velazquez?
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I understand and I agree. My only concern is when you have an open-ended statement under licenses and certificate where it says AICP within, what I'd like to see defined is within what period of time? Within a year, within 2 years, clearly define that as an expectation so that.
Yeah, usually we do it within a year for other job classifications. So yeah, same thing, we would ask that in your motion.
Thank you.
Question for you, sir. If after a year comes by and it is not obtained, is that person just brought down to a lower position or?
Usually we will dismiss them, or her, sorry. Them.
Okay. Any other questions, comments?
I do have a question. How long does it take to obtain that certification?
Did Abraham leave? Eva, do you have any idea?
I don't know much, but I do know that it requires about 10 years of experience in the planning field. I don't know exactly the qualifications required. I do know that once you have it, you have to take a certain amount of courses to maintain. I was just going to try and look up and see if I could get information on how long about it takes to get. I don't know, like if
I'm
someone
just-
had the experience, like they had 10 years plus of experience in planning, I don't know exactly how long it takes to actually get the cert, like starting the process.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if a year is a sufficient amount of time to obtain it. That's all.
Yeah, if you give me like 5 minutes, I can see if I can find some information quickly online. I'm not sure exactly, so, but I can come back.
Well, we're gonna go with this up to a year, and that's
A year, or if you want to make it 2, or
I think a
split
year
it to
more
1.5.
than enough time. If council,
Yeah, I absolutely support a year. My preference is that we hire somebody with it in advance. You know, at a director level's position, where my sense is total comp, that'll be a couple $100,000 a year, that they should come with that, and that would be my preference. Thank you.
sir. Did we have any speaker cards on this item?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Is there any other questions or comments from council? Is there a motion?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we approve as presented with the addition that the timeframe of having that certificate is within 1 year of date of hire.
Thank you. There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0. Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna now move to item F5.
All right. This item is to approve one fully funded Parks and Recreation Director position, as well as the job description for the Parks and Recreation Director. At the August 2nd meeting, it was recommended by the City Council to separate the Parks Division from the Community Services Department and add it in with Recreation to create a Parks and Recreation Department that would oversee all events and activities involving Parks and Recreation. And this would be the first step in doing that, is having a director to oversee that department.
Thank you. Any questions from council?
Mayor Velazquez, please.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have a couple of questions, and so, and maybe a thought or a comment as well. I see where we're anticipating that the total cost per year would be $265,000 for this position. I am supportive of the position. I'm actually excited. I think it's past due. But my question, and probably for the city manager, I guess, would be, how did we arrive at the 265? Because in the staff report, there's a scale, and I can't get there even at top step, and even factoring a 40% compensation for total compensation. So how did we get to the 265 level?
Yeah, we just used another department head real quick, because we were trying to get this on the agenda quicker. So it's probably more realistic probably about between 180 to 190.
Thank you. I even feel better about it hearing that. The other questions I have or thoughts would be, in reading the job description, it talks about this person also maybe being involved in trees, and so I could absolutely see this being a nice segue to somebody that oversees the contracts that we outsource, and even maybe some of the internal work we do as it relates to tree management. I'd also like to see this position have some background and experience in disability-friendly experience for our playgrounds. I think that's a very important thing that we've talked about, and we need to move forward, and I know the council has had those conversations. And then also, one of the things I'd like to maybe see, and I think this could also nicely align with this position, would be management of contracts for our sound wall maintenance. I just think it all flows very well. So I'm very supportive of this position. Mayor, that concludes my comments. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, if I can address it, pretty much everything you said for the contract management, that was the plan for this position. I will say the ADA experience is a good catch, and I would like that to be as part
Actually,
of your
Mayor, I
motion.
have one follow-up question. I didn't see any professional certificates for this position. Frankly, I don't know if there are, but I
Yeah.
find it hard to believe that there are not. And so I'd like to know what your thoughts are, Mr. City Manager, in regards to that.
Yeah, on that one, I wasn't aware of any professional certificates, but it would, I mean, if an applicant had them, that would be very desirable to us.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, we
Any-
would like people that are forward-thinking to help improve our beautiful city.
Thank you. Any other questions from council?
Yeah, I just, actually, it's not necessarily just towards this one, it's towards all of them. Just, on the training and about the master's degree and education, the word just desirable. I mean, I see where it's very desirable, but it's like, especially in the other department heads, it's like, why are we not making those mandatory?
So, no.
You want me?
Well,
ahead.
we mirrored local cities. So typically, when searching for candidates for a director level position, it's going to be very difficult for a city of our size to find someone who has a master's degree who is willing to apply and move here for the compensation salary. However, we do like to be competitive. It is what aligns with local agencies in this area in terms of requirements for these level positions.
Yeah, and to kind of add too, sometimes somebody with a master's degree is not always the our best candidate. We've had lower level staff that had masters and did not work out for us. Sometimes if we have somebody that maybe moved here that has 20, 30 years worth of experience, that's probably more equivalent to a master's degree in that field. So we would want to be able to hire the best candidate, and sometimes not always a master's degree is the person is the best candidate for us.
And yeah, I agree with that thinking. I just wanted to bring that up so you could say that. The reason I brought that up too is because I actually had phone calls and concerns about this. I don't know if I can bring this up, but I was trying to dispel the good old boy system. So that's why I was bringing up this question for you as city staff and HR to answer these questions. So I just want to affirm that we are picking the best candidates that we get out of any pool that we get.
Yeah, we always do that.
All right.
Thank you. Do we have any speaker cards? Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move to item F6.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Vega.
I will make a quick comment. HR was excited that you passed it, but now they have more work to do, so.
It's the good kind of work, though.
Yeah.
Who's presenting F6?
I will do F6. F6 is for the display of the LGBTQ flag during the month of June 2022. At our last council meeting, it was pending a photo of the flag, and the photo is now attached.
Thank you. Any questions from council?
Nope.
Do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, Mr. Mayor? Sandy Patterson?
Good evening, Council. I'd like to know why this is being presented right now when you have the Thin Blue Line flag that was tabled twice. And at your last agendized meeting, which is on the 16th, you had the pride flag above with new business, and you had the Thin Blue Line, which been tabled, which was old business. So you were out of order there. You're out of order again because that was supposed to be tabled for this meeting, and it's not there. Why?
It is there.
No, that's for 2022.
No,
I'm
they're-
talking about,
They're gonna correct that. It was a. they
okay,
put the
then
wrong
that
date.
needs to be brought forward now,
That's-
not the pride flag.
No, that's the next item.
No, it's not.
It is the next item, ma'am.
It is not.
Ma'am, the agenda was made up. There was a mistake made on that.
There's a mistake.
They will clear that up. as
Okay,
the
then you
item
need to bring
comes
it
up.
forth now.
It doesn't work, and as you're saying, it's just as it was.
Yes,
brought
it
up.
does. That's
Yeah,
that's the Robert's Rules of Order and Parliamentary Procedure. You're putting a new item before an old item. You did that last time, and you're doing it again. So correct it, and you bring forth the thin blue line flag now. That's the way it works.
Ma'am,
No,
okay. Thank you.
thank you.
Do we have any speakers?
Thomas Daggett.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Thank you for hearing me tonight. It's good to be here. Considering the flag to be flown, I first learned about it by reading the little newspaper that San Benito puts out, and it was on my driveway. I'm concerned about flying any flag at all. It's my opinion that we shouldn't be flying that flag or any other flag in front of City Council. We have the Old Glory flag and we have the State of California flag. And the true meaning of these flags is sufficient for everybody. And I don't think we should be catering to any other groups or mindsets or thoughts or persuasions or however you want to term what these flags represent. Everyone should be treated totally equally. And if you decide to go ahead and go with this flag, which is your decisions, that opens Pandora's box, so to speak, in my opinion. And then you have to open it up for everyone. And we don't have enough months to cover everyone. And so I think we just ought to stick with our two great flags, try to keep people on an equal basis, and go with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Elias Salinas.
Thank you, council members. I am very proud to be an American. My ancestors are Native American and have been here a lot longer than that flag that represents the entire country. That flag also represents the injustice of the Native Americans, the injustice of the African Americans, the injustice of the Japanese internments. It has a horrible history and it has a great history, and I'm proud of it either way, but we have to acknowledge that that flag does not represent everybody. That flag has become political. If you raise that flag or if you have that flag on your pickup truck, it means you're an American and you love this country. It doesn't make you more of an American or more than loving this country than I or anybody else who does not wave that flag. And I want to thank Councilman Roland Resendez for bringing this forward in 2020. He's been talking about this for quite some time. It's over and done with. This is what is going to happen. And again, it should be approved. It's already done. It's a monumental sign that those who happen to be LGBTQ, and all the others that I'm not going to name right now that fall under this, that we stand by them, we represent them, we know the persecution that they've gone through. They continue to do it. They continue to be victims every single day. So it's not something that flag of the United States of America represents them. This is individual flag represents them to show them that we support them. And I ask that you, the City Council, pass this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there any other questions from council?
None.
Is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to motion that we adopt resolution number 2021-177, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister authorizing the display of the LGBTQ+ flag during the month of June 2022 at City Hall to commemorate the anniversary of the Stonewall Rebellion and LGBTQ+ Pride Month.
Thank you, sir. There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion. Sound like stereo there. Motion.
Third.
Motion is second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Aye.
Mayor Velazquez?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move to item F7.
Thank you. Item F7 is a resolution of the City Council, City of Hollister, authorizing the display of the thin blue line flag during the month of October 2021. I apologize for the wrong uploading of application and the wrong wording on the agenda.
Is there any questions from council?
Mayor Velazquez.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. City Clerk, do we have a second application? Can you please explain that as well for May?
We do. We had the first application we received from them was for October of 2021, and then we received a second application for May of 2022. At the time we received the application for May of 2022, we had pulled the flag display application off of our website, so I was holding off on that. I can present it to council at our next council meeting or in October or whenever you suggest, but we do have on discussion tonight our flag display policy and application.
Thank you for the clarification. I do appreciate it.
Any other questions from council?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, sir.
I just want to start off by saying that I am going to support this. I'm going to support it whether they want to fly in October or May. It doesn't matter to me. I'm going to support it. However, after finding out about the confusion, I wish Jason was here because I don't think this was properly noticed. So what you're saying is that we're going to make a decision on the October for next month, but that's not on the agenda. It says May, and that's what the agenda packet is.
That is correct.
So,
Councilmember Vice Mayor Resendez, I did speak with our city attorney, Epperson, and he did say because it is a date change, everything else is the same, that we could discuss this October. I was very nervous about it myself. Yeah.
Thank you for doing that. I feel better, and yeah, I'd love to hear from public comment, but I've already decided long ago I'm going to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments?
Mayor Velazquez,
Go ahead,
please.
sir.
So I too am going to support this, but I'm curious, does the May one then get tabled? This gets, I guess it's a formality. Does this get pulled? Or how do we do the cleanup on this?
This is going to move forward as October, and we're going to remove May as an error. And then once we discuss what the flag display application should be or what we want it to be, or maybe call for a special study session, however we want to handle that, we will then bring the May 2022 one forward.
Thank you for the clarification. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other questions? Do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, Mr. Mayor? Sandy Patterson?
Good evening again. I'm glad this is going to be finally supported, since this is the third time before this city council. The thin blue line flag was brought in 2014 because of 2 New York police officers that were shot and killed. There's 284 that have died in the line of duty so far this year. There's 22,000 names on the law enforcement memorial. And the law enforcement out there go through a lot. They're on the front line. And this needs to go. This needs to be approved. We need to stop tabling it. We need to approve it. And the way it sounds, it's going to be approved. But why did it have to take so long? It should have been approved the first time. It's disrespectful to the law enforcement community to not approve it the first time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thomas Daggett.
Greetings again, Mayor and Council. Thanks again for being here. It is my opinion now that since we've passed Resolution 6, that we have no choice but to pass Resolution 7. And anybody else that puts in a proper application needs to pass. And hopefully we won't run out of months and have to break it down into days or weeks or whatever. If we break it down into days, then we run into the problem of foreign countries' holidays, which love to be celebrated here, and have to fly a foreign country's flag if we're going to accommodate all groups, which, like I said before, we've got 2 great flags. In my opinion, those are the 2 that be flown, and not all these other little flags. I have relatives that are in law enforcement, but I'm not advocating flying their flag. In the newspaper article I read, there was the Christian flag that was considered. I'm a Christian, but I'm not advocating flying that flag either. I like to see a little more separation of church and state. I think the state and the county, the cities should stay out of the churches. But that's my opinion. So, as this matter moves forward, I encourage you to pass this Resolution 7 and allow this flag to be flown, since we are allowing number 6 to be flown. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Elias Salinas.
Thank you, City Council. Since 1970, the California Police Officers Research Association, prior to that actually, went to the Senate, and in 1970 it was passed that memorial for police officers would take place in the month of May. And I request that the City Council please stay with the California Police Officers Research Association in acknowledging that the memorial for police officers is in the month of May. I want to acknowledge and give kudos to the Hollister Police Department that the flag flies there every day. So thank you.
Thank you.
Michael Fry.
Mayor, council members, I am Michael Fry, the signer of the Thin Blue Line flag with the support of the concerned citizens. The Unity flagpole flew its first flag in the month of June. No other flag has flown in the months of July, August, or September, since no one has qualified for those months. I chose the month of October, and we have qualified for this month by the application process. No other has qualified. And the very reason why we are wanting the Thin Blue Line flag flown are for the following reasons. Even before 2021 and throughout this year, there has been an outcry of police injustice, brutality, and defunding of our police departments. Many cities are blaming the police for all kinds of their problems.
These community leaders need to look into their own mirrors. Politicians are listening to and yielding to the criminals, outright terrorist groups, and liberals who are destroying our homes and communities, the city, county, and federal buildings, and people's lives, including our first line of defense police officers. The police are our first line of defense against crime, protecting citizens, and serving our communities. And all police departments are under the political thumbs of every government. In today's unjust media and community leaderships, police officers are convicted of crimes before they are charged by any authority. The police officer was never meant to be portrayed as a political official, as all politicians are viewed. They are disgraced immediately and without any protection from the city and the agency they serve. The fiber of our cities and communities were once built on morality, ethics, and respect, but has been degraded by immorality, lies, and hate. The evidence is seen by the political and social officials and the press affirming and condoning the actions of the violence upon our police officers, and unjustifiably so. Many law enforcement officers have retired early or have quit their local departments because there is no trust. This is why we want to see the thin blue line flag flown over the city of Hollister. We want to honor our law enforcement officers because there are many who serve the city of Hollister. What is more beautiful than to honor our men and women who are first responders in serving their community wholeheartedly, even to the point of giving their lives for the citizens of Hollister and to the United States of America? I pray that tonight the City Council will pass this matter. I thank you.
Thank you.
Stephanie Castro?
Good evening again. I have a question about your policy and how you put things on the agenda, because I feel that Sandy was correct in saying that it was out of order. Something that came up months ago should come before new business. So you guys need to make sure you're following your own rules and sticking to them, because then you just look like you have no credibility. So you wanted to make sure that you don't get accused and falsely accused of things, so you need to make sure that you're following your rules. So if there's a protocol, I hope that you'll stick to it in the future. I'm glad it sounds like that this flag policy will pass. I think it's preposterous that you're going to hold a flagpole hostage from the thin blue line flag in the month of October just because it's known for a different month, or just because the other month is known for a thin blue line flag. There was no other group. Nobody put in an application, and this was followed by your rules. So therefore, it should be flown, and it doesn't matter what month it was applied for. The rules should be followed. I'm not sure if you are suggesting that you're going to change your rules in the future, and that's why you're not going to approve the May of 2022 flag. I think it's not looking very good if you're going to discredit yourselves by not even or already changing your newly implemented rule. People have valid applications on file and they should be followed, because if you are going to scrap your own policy to suit your agenda, that's not going to look very positively on you. So it shouldn't be changing your policy to suit your desires, right? We are the people, this is our community, we followed your rules. Were you making it difficult on purpose to hope that we wouldn't jump through all these hoops and hoping that nobody would apply because you created these hoops that were so ridiculous? 100 people's signatures. I mean, if your rules are meaningless if you think you can pick and choose which ones you don't want to be held accountable for. It makes no sense. So please be men of your word and your policies. Thank you.
I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from council? Is there a motion?
I'll move to approve.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Aye.
Mayor Velasquez.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move to item F8.
Thank you. This resolution will execute a 5-year lease extension with the state of California for the CAL FIRE Air Attack Base at the Hollister Municipal Airport. One of the questions from the last council meeting was what it was the monthly rent, and the rent will go from $5,150 per month to $12,179.38 per month.
Thank you. Is there any questions?
Mayor Velasquez?
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. City Manager Miller, so is that as I understand it, if I read the staff report correctly, that is for a 1-year term, or is this going to extend the contract for 4 more or 5 more years?
It will extend it to, sorry.
It's 5 years.
5 years.
5 years.
5-year extension.
Okay.
Correct, 5-year extension.
And is that a fair market rate for the lease? I guess one of my concerns is, are we under marketing this property? And I understand the need and the value to having CDF there. I'm just wondering if this is a good business decision.
But the main thing with the extension was that they were already there. The state's will only pay a certain amount, and part of the extension was for the helipad and also some storage area for them, and that was unused space because of the locations of that space so close to CAL FIRE. So we thought it was a reasonable amount that they were offering us.
Have I heard conversation that they've been talking about building their own facility or at some other location at some point?
Correct. They currently have a lease with the airport for it's another 20 years plus a 10-year extension to build an air attack facility at the cross of the runways. The problem with that lease is that there is no incentive for them to build. And so they are currently, what we just found out, actually looking to buy land at maybe at one of the places through the fence agreement with those landowners. The reason is that it's a better financing mechanism for them if they buy compared to a land lease where it would turn over to the city after a certain amount of 30 to 40 years. So we are working on with them to hopefully have them find a location, and if they do find a location that's other than the current lease, to get them out of that lease so that the city is not held as a hostage.
Thank you. I think you've covered my concerns.
Yeah.
Any other questions from council? I think no. The question about the lack of movement on the building of the facility, I guess when we get to this 5-year point, if they're not going to do something, we need to make other arrangements.
I will say we had conversations with our congressmen, our state representatives to try to get that to move forward. We make a decision where they're going to put their facility because it is a benefit to our community, benefit to our surrounding counties that CAL FIRE is here. Big Sur fire, they were a big contributor to the assistance on putting that fire out. So we're working with them right now, trying to come up with solutions before the 5-year is up, because it's going to take them time to build whatever they're going to build.
Thank you. Any other questions? Any speaker cards?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
You submit a card?
I have no speaker cards, Mr.
Go
Mayor.
ahead. Give her a card after you're done, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I kind of want to follow up on what the mayor just made a comment on. So it is definitely to our benefit, to the city of Hollister and the county and the surrounding areas, to have this, and I would not want to lose such a valuable service to the state of California, actually. But they are currently leasing where they thought they were going to build, which is on the west side, inside the airport grounds. And now you're saying they may build something on through the fence. If they were to choose to do through the fence, then obviously it's going to be less than 5 years. And if so, do we lose the lease? Are we losing the lease for the land they're currently doing where they're thinking about building? And what's the economic value for them to going, aside from, being here, obviously, is there an economic value to the city for them having to taxi through the fence? What's the economic value, if you know that? Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
So the economic value would be there would be a through the fence lease with that landowner. So that would be the only economic benefit for us. The other economic benefit will be if we get them out of their current lease, that we can actually shop that property to new potential buyers of that land, or leasees, of that land.
And they're purchasing fuel here locally.
Correct, which we get sales tax from.
Yes. Okay. No other speakers? Is
I have
there
no
a
other
motion?
Move to adopt resolution number 2021-179.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second. Roll call, please.
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Okay, yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Yes.
Mayor Velasquez.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Item F9 we have completed, so we'll move to item F10.
Thank you, Mayor. This seems like this meeting's on the Friday the 13th for some reason. We also have a slight error on this one. This is not the McCarthy line, it's the McCray line. So we're sorry for having a little bit too many letters in the water line. But this resolution would be approve a reimbursement agreement with Hawkins Company for a new McCarthy water line. McCray. God.
Now we know how it happened.
Yeah. Maybe I was at McCarthy's. So our public works inspector was out surveying the project, and realized that we had a very old cast iron water line, and said, why aren't we replacing this water line before there's brand new asphalt over it? And so we agreed that we should get some kind of agreement right away so that we can replace that water line before there's a brand new road over it. And as we know, old water lines break, and we might as well take care of it when it's nice, fresh dirt.
Okay, any questions from council?
Mayor Velasquez.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Miller, when this work is done, is it warranted so that if there was a break that was created after the work's done, how is that addressed? I don't know that it's a reality, but it was just, something that I was. I know under typical, as my understanding is, a general contractor, when they do work, they're on the hook for it for up to 10 years.
Correct.
But we're going to spend a significant amount of money to do this, and it makes very good sense to do it when we're already in there. But I was just curious. Thank you.
So there's a water line break after they've done the work? Yeah, that, I believe they're on the hook for, is it 1 year? 1 year. Yeah, 1 year.
Any other questions from council?
So, can any of this be used from the American Rescue Plan?
Yeah, I mean, yes, we can. It is an acceptable use of those funds.
Question.
Any speaker cards?
Elias Salinas?
Thank you. So we're speaking about reimbursement to the Hawkins company. They're paying for it now. We're going to reimburse them. We've already given them a tax break. So to me, it appears that this entire project has been funded by the city of Hollister. This company is there to make money, obviously, but the city of Hollister is not here to go broke. So is there a way that instead of approving, it just says reimbursement, is there a percentage of reimbursement? Is it 100% liability on the city that this must be completed, otherwise, because it's so old? And if so, that's not the only area in the city of Hollister that has aging pipelines. So are we going to be going through the entire city to get something done? I just have a problem with the Hawkins company taking advantage of the city of Hollister, and they've gotten so much money out of this, and it's just costing us too much money. Thank you.
You want me to address that?
Explain that. This is a request from the city of Hollister when the city discovered a old water line, and since they're doing work in that area, it was recommended to put in a new line while the dirt work is still being done, which is much, much cheaper than after the fact when the water lines do break. So in other words, we're pre-planning to save quite a bit of money. And this is a city issue. It's not the company's issue. This is the city's request to basically say, hey, do us a favor while you're there and do this work, because it'll cost a lot less money right now while your tractors are there than it will cost in the future. And the answer for the other water lines in the city, we are working on a lot of plans to do some major projects in the next year. So we're working great, and we're looking forward to getting a lot of projects done next year, a massive project coming up. Any other questions, comments? Is there a motion?
Move to adopt resolution number 2021-181, sir.
There's a motion.
Second.
These gentlemen over here. A motion and a second.
Now when it's getting late, he starts getting dingy.
Councilmember Perez?
Roll call vote, please.
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go now to item G1, reports from city council members regarding their committees. Councilmember Burns,
I have nothing to report. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Perez,
Nothing to report.
Vice Mayor Resendez.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I attended the intergovernmental meeting, I think last week, where we talked about two items. So one of them, you're going to have to help me out, Mr. Mayor. So one of them was campaign finance reform. And the other one was how are we going to spend our federal dollars for the COVID relief. So essentially, I think that the city managers had agreed to work together on coming up with from this, actually San Baptista and the county CAO and our city manager on where to spend the monies and if it's going to go towards like broadband. I think that's a huge priority of all three entities. And then second, it was campaign finance reform. We had a very robust discussion. Everybody agreed, and we actually took a vote, and it was a unanimous vote that the Intergovernmental Committee agrees that the entire county, including San Juan Bautista and our county board of supervisors, should abide by and follow our lead and should abide by a campaign finance reform. They were very happy to hear what we did. That concludes my report, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I have nothing to report. We will now go to item G2, informational reports from City Council. Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor Velazquez. I would just ask the Chief of Police or the City Manager if we could provide some increased observation and patrol and maybe some enforcement in the area of Maple and Chapel. As I heard tonight, I think that my fear is in asking that. Often my experience has been that you go and you do the enforcement, and the people that you enforce are typically the ones that are asking for the enforcement. And so I think there could be a benefit to education in the area. And Chief, I would really like to hear a professional assessment of the issues that we may face there as a city. I too don't know why, except because there's a requirement to do a traffic survey to put more stop signs in, and I recognize it's not my district, but the comments made tonight really concern me, and so anything we can do to get a better understanding of the problem, Chief, I would be appreciative of. Thank you, sir. Thank you, City Manager. Mayor, that concludes my comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Perez?
Yeah, actually, we've already discussed Chapel and
Chapel and Maple?
Maple, yeah. We've already got some plans going through that, with that. The other thing I wanted to ask is where we're at with the solar street lights, if we were able to ever get a cost.
I did, and it's at my office, and I'll get it to City Manager. He
Cool.
asked me,
Awesome.
Sorry.
No, it's,
Yeah, I would like to check it off my spreadsheet.
Yeah.
And did we ever hear anything back on the pickleball courts, finishing that up? And do we need to get extra funding for that? And do we need to, if so, do we need to bring it back to the council?
Yeah, we'll have to bring it back to council because the quote that we got to paint it, the squares, is more than what we have still had available.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, so if we need to bring it back, I just would like to see that project finished.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's costing way too much, but hopefully we're gonna get some good exercise, and I can watch them all day work. But that's all I had.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Resendez?
Thank you, sir. I'm going to jump on the bandwagon for Chappelle and Maple. And I thought that we were budgeted a certain amount of money to go ahead and order traffic studies. Remember, because I remember that because I caught a mistake. So I thought we were allotted a certain amount of money to ask for traffic studies. So I could be wrong, but I thought that's what we had decided on. So maybe we could look back into that. And then also, I just wanted to make mention that I was happy to see some new residents come to the city council for the very first time. I love talking to the constituents, and it's really nice to see new people getting involved and coming out here to address us. So thank you guys if you're still in the audience, and if not, just know that I'm appreciative of you guys coming out and voicing your concerns and reaching out to your councilmen. And then my other thing was just the trees. What are we doing about the trees? I've got people reaching out to me saying that they're trying to do the right thing by trimming their trees, and then they're getting fined for it. So I know that there's something in the works, but if we can prioritize that to ensure that people can take care of their trees and not get penalized for that, I'd appreciate that. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mayor, if I can address the Maple and Chapel. Councilmember Perez talked to me about a traffic study. One of the kind of where we're at right now is there is construction planned for that area, so it might be too soon to do it. That's why we'll look at some other ways to maybe enforce that. Like I say, the chief can look at some enforcement. We'll look at code to see if there's brush that needs to be cleaned up, and we'll try to address it that way. But if we have to, we'll discuss a traffic study.
And Mr. City Manager, if I can, my feedback on those speeding signs that are portable that move have been very positive. They're very effective. So if you want to possibly consider putting one of those out there, that might be pretty good.
Yeah, I'll talk to the chief about that also.
City Manager, I'm wondering if perhaps there's already a traffic study that was done with that new development there, and maybe we need to look into some of the answers, because a new development that side had to do a traffic study, and maybe we can look at that. Maybe there was trigger points.
Yeah.
Well, I thought that's what I asked for, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, I'll get it from Abraham.
Because the new neighborhood that was built,
I know.
usually they do one at that time.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah.
That's what I asked.
Yeah, he asked for.
Okay,
Yeah.
to see if there was there. Okay.
I didn't want it to sound like I'm not willing to spend $11,000 to get the traffic
Right.
study.
Yeah.
But since we know that there's a building project that's coming up, did we already have this in place? That's what I was talking about.
Gotcha. Good. Okay. I don't have anything, so city manager?
My big thing is kind of for recreation. We are having music in the park on Thursday evening. Give me the hours, Tina.
6 to 8.
6 to 8 at,
McCarthy Street Park.
see, that's where I'm getting the McCarthy from. I was so excited about that part. That's how I got put down. So please have everybody come out. It's going to be a great time.
And great job, by the way, all of you, for doing all these activities. All right, city attorney's not here. Chief?
Another typo.
I see that. I just saw that.
I just want to remind people also, September 11th is going to be on Saturday, and I believe the veterans are going to be doing an event in the morning at the Vets Park. I mean, the Veterans Memorial Building. I was advised that they were going to be there from 8 to 10:30 for a small ceremony. And not to continue talking about the same thing, but Chabelle, I was talking to Abraham about that when those buildings were built, the ones that are there was a traffic study indicating that it wasn't warranted. At that, we believe that's what it was, because I remember it coming up, having all those homes that are built there, how it would affect it. But I know that there's other developments coming in as well. It may be warranted, but in the meantime, we will go out there, do some extra patrol. I think we'll check, like the city manager advised, if there's any obstructions that are blocking the view, so that people can see the vehicles that are coming, and we could put the radar trailer out there as well to see if that helps the issue.
Thank you, Chief. Okay, city clerk.
I just wanted to say if it would be agreeable, maybe not tonight because we're already getting late, but at our next meeting, I could do a report kind of just on what the city clerk does. I know that Councilmember Burns had requested that maybe each department kind of give a little bit in open session, so the public kind of has an idea of what each department's doing and what we're working on. So if I could bring that, maybe not to the 20th, but to the October 4th meeting. And that's it.
That's it. Thank you. We will now move to item G3, committees. Mr. Perez, you'll do them all.
Actually, if I could get rid of one, if someone would like to help me out, Tim, the 3CE.
That's one of the items on here. So you want to start with that conversation, City Clerk? 3CE?
Sure. Currently, 3CE meets
They meet during the day, don't they?
Yes.
Yeah, correct. And then they have their annual conference coming up, I believe.
the third
Next
Wednesday
week,
at
yeah.
9 a.m. And then they meet 3 times a year on a third Wednesday at 9 a.m. I don't know if that's correct. There are special meetings and a 2-day annual meeting. This is a shared seat with the city of San Juan Bautista. Currently, it is our turn. So we have Councilmember Perez as our representative, with Councilmember Resendez as the alternate.
So, Mr. Perez, you can't make it to these meetings any longer?
You said this is, that it's a rotating? So
It
next-
is, so it was San Juan, even though John Freeman with San Juan Bautista attends the meetings, I'm sure, or is it John Freeman still?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. He's on the operations board, so he has no voting power. So what we rotate is policy board and operations board.
Okay.
So next year, it should be where we're the operations board, where we attend but have no voting power, where currently we're the policy board, so we have 2 members and we have voting power. I don't know if that's making any sense.
Yeah, I hear you.
Well, the operation board is made up of the city managers, so, because we, just like here, I run the operations, and then the policy board is like the city council where they make the policy decisions.
So for 2021, City of Hollister is the policy board, seated member, and the City of San Juan Bautista is the operations board, limited member is what they call it.
So with all the committees that I have, if I could be relieved of that, that's great. If not, then I will continue on. I will continue to do it. But
And this is a committee that does require a 700 form, just so you know.
Yeah. After your term, I'll be willing to do it the next time. If it helps. It's hard for me because usually I'm gone during the day too.
Yeah, everyone's gone during the day. It's
exactly.
I mean,
Tough.
yeah, it's tough. I mean, I get it.
It ends in
I work too.
I know you do. December, is that when it switches over?
I show it as December 15th, 2022.
I think I'm the alternate now, correct?
Currently, it's Roland.
Oh, how about?
Well, so the other thing is, eventually we're going to get another council member too, correct?
Oh, I like where you're going with this. Can we appoint him and everything?
Why is everybody laughing?
This is why you never miss a meeting.
But remember, in 2022, it's going to switch. So
Yeah.
there'll be 2 members from San Juan Bautista and only 1 from ours. We'll be on the operations board as a limited member where we'll attend but won't have voting power.
So I was going to recommend if you could possibly stay on, I can maybe be the alternate. So if you can't make it, then I'll change my plans and go to the meeting. There's a time you can't do it.
Okay.
That work for you?
Yeah.
Would that work for you, Ms.
So
Resendez?
should I tell you now that I can't make it for the rest of the year?
Mayor, I'd like to suggest that works really well for me.
We still got more coming up, so don't worry.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thanks.
'Cause I know you definitely can't make it. You're in school.
So may I confirm that the representative will be Mayor Velasquez and the alternate will be Rick Perez?
No, Mr. Perez will still be the representative. I'll be the alternate.
I drew the short stick.
But, if you give me, if you have any idea you're not going to make it ahead of time, I could probably do it. Okay? I know it's tough during the day. Really
Yeah,
tough.
I appreciate it. Yeah, it's.
I know.
Yeah, just to add, currently they have been doing Zoom. They were going to do in person, but they're still now they're doing hybrid still.
Okay. Well, that helps. These meetings help when they're on Zoom. They really do.
I couldn't imagine driving to all these.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so we have that one worked out.
The other item was AMBAG.
I'm good.
You're good on
I'll
that.
keep
Okay.
that. I'll keep Ambag.
The other item was
Integrated waste? Is that correct?
integrated
that's
waste
right.
management, correct.
And when do they meet, Christine?
Integrated waste management, I do not have that.
It's actually, I believe it's
think-
quarterly.
I think it's quarterly. I tried to get that once from them, and they, at that time, weren't holding meetings. They were going to start back up again. I could contact Selena, because I think that's who I've been talking to.
As long as they don't meet during my work hours, I'm more than willing to take on some of the
I
the
think they
committees.
do.
They
They
do.
do meet during
They
the
do.
day, as a matter of fact.
Okay, then. Sorry.
Maybe, Mr. Perez, you're on the committee now, correct?
Pardon me?
You're on the committee now?
He's an alternate.
I'm an alternate.
Who is the representative then?
Roland.
Roland.
Oh, Roland is. Too bad, Roland.
No, this was one of the ones he brought that he had a conflict with.
Yeah, maybe
Yeah.
If the alternate can, maybe at the next meeting, request the meetings be at after 4, as we've done with the other groups, because it's hard for most people during the day, not impossible. Or I can be the alternate and request it. Whatever works for you guys. I don't mind. Or you know what?
We know-
I'll
we don't
take
know-
it. I'll take it. I'll take it. Okay? I'll do it. And Mr. Perez, will you be the alternate?
since I am. Yeah, actually, I wouldn't mind, I want to sit in on these meetings also, because I think these were quarterly, and
You want to do it? You want to be the representative? And I'll
not
be the
really.
alternate?
If you take 3CE, I'll take this one and keep handbag. And I'll give you a Snickers.
I got one Snickers and another a mint. So, there.
What does politics come down to?
Just tell me what works for you.
I'll tell you what, I'll take integrated and ambag, and you take 3CE.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Change your
Got
plans.
it?
Rick will be the representative. For integrated waste, Ignacio will be the alternate.
Yes.
And then for 3CE,
I'll be
Ignacio will be the representative, and Rick will be the alternate. And then for AMBAG, Rick is the representative, Ignacio is the alternate, or we're going to switch that?
No, it'll stay the same way.
It'll stay
Yes.
the same.
Correct? Mr. Perez?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then to throw some fuel on the fire, I have,
Oh, boy.
Why are you guys looking at me?
oh, never mind, they're later on the agenda.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
Good. So then we'll move to G4. Establish ad hoc committees to work on charter city council term limits.
So for G4, council will consider creating and appointing 2 members to an ad hoc committee to review and recommend specific language for ballot measures to become a charter city and set term limits for council members. Staff had recommended that the city council discuss and the mayor appoint by a consensus 2 members to the charter city. I believe also it was requested that the city attorney and the city clerk be a part of this committee as well.
Okay. So with that, I'd like to, go ahead, do you have a question?
Actually, I wanted to clarify. I actually thought city manager should be part of that conversation as well.
Okay.
And Mayor, I'd be more than happy to serve on that.
So I'd like to appoint Councilmember Burns and myself to that committee, if there's a consensus from the council.
I'm good.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll be adding that to our list. And then for item G5, the council will consider creating and appointing 2 members to an ad hoc committee to review and recommend improvements and enhancements for the possibility of a City of Hollister Communication Center.
Now, this one, did we kind of name somebody when we were talking about this? I don't remember.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I think I had volunteered myself and Councilmember Perez, but at the last meeting that you weren't here, Councilmember Burns expressed interest, I believe in this committee. I could be wrong, but I'm more than willing to step aside and allow him to serve on this ad hoc.
So,
It's okay, I'll step back.
okay. So, Mr. Resendez, you still want to be on, or you don't want to be in?
Yeah, I'd like to, as long as we can meet after school, after work hours.
Okay, then we'll appoint yourself and Mr. Burns.
Please.
Perfect, thank you.
Good.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay, we have that.
G6, that's yours, Brett?
Sure. Seeing now that everybody's ready to jump on committees, I hope this one goes smoothly. So we're asking that the council or the mayor appoint 2 members to the Council of Governance Committee. This is for the water. The main part of it right now will be for the water master plan with the county, San Juan Bautista now, the county, and Sunny Slope Water. So this would be 2 members from the council to be on that committee.
Do you know how often we're going to be meeting?
I believe it's going to be quarterly.
Those to be on it? I don't mind being on it. I was involved before. and
Yeah, that would probably
It's a
help.
very
Yeah.
important role. So if that works, that's all right with the council members?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Ignacio and Rick? Yes?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Okay, now we'll move to G7.
Thank you. This one is to consider amendments to Hollister Municipal Code, Chapter 2.04, to consider reducing to one regular meeting per month. We had discussed this at the last meeting and were, and needed to forward it to where we had all of you here. Our reasoning for doing this would be it would provide staff sufficient time to research, compile, and prepare staff reports to ensure the city council receives comprehensive information for more informed decision-making. Once-a-month meetings would also result in overall cost savings of staff time, overtime for non-salaried employees, and consultant fees.
Okay.
That's all.
Questions, comments? Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to remain consistent with my previous thoughts that I understand the desire, but I no way know how can support moving from 2 to 1 a month. I did hear a comment about that doesn't stop us from meeting with our constituents, and I absolutely understand and agree with that. Frankly, I think we spend a lot of time doing that already, but I think it's important to have a place for the people of the city of Hollister to come and express their concerns, and reduce it to once a month just seems flawed in my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. I actually, I've always been a believer in the less government meets, the better off we all are as a in government. I think the Congress should meet much less. It's be more of a part-time. I think the state should have fewer meetings. I think we'd be way better off if the state didn't meet as much. I know here we tried to actually go the opposite direction, where we tried 3 meetings to see if we can get more work done, and that was an absolute disaster. And 2 meetings has worked, but I think sometimes I feel we don't give you staff enough time because we're always trying to get something new on there. I'm personally willing to try 1 meeting. I think we could probably, can we do it like a test and see how that works out? Would that be something we could do?
The thought process, if we did do a test, is that what we would do is have council, boy, it's gonna roll off my tongue real well. Have council cancel the second meeting of the month. And that's the way, because our municipal code currently says 2 meetings a month.
So my concerns with that is, I agree with Tim Burns, is that, I don't know, I kind of like the public being able to come in more than once a month. The other thing is, so it's 10 o'clock now. How early are we going to start them? Because I would rather start earlier than stay late, which is going to mess with people's schedules. But I don't know. I can maybe try it once, but I kind of believe in 2 meetings is good.
Mr. Mayor, if I can.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. And my position is, I stated this last time, I don't think there's any harm in trying. I don't think there's any harm in, so I understand the concern about having to change the municipal code. Is it the muni code? So that's fine that we can cancel it. And then would it be okay to accommodate Councilmember Perez's request about moving it forward? And if so, how could we do that? Because I think that if we're going to try 1 meeting a month, then we should move it earlier as well. So how could we possibly do that without having to amend the code?
Without amending the code, we can't. It would have to be a special meeting.
And I was just wondering what it would look like. I didn't say I was going for it, because I have to be convinced to go to less than 2 meetings a month.
Yeah.
I would like to do 1 every other month, but it's not what I signed on for.
Well, we could try it. I think it's about, and I've said this and to all of you, I'm really impressed with the work we've been doing this year, and how efficient we have been getting things done in really a relatively short amount of time. There was a time last year, the year before, it was 1 o'clock in the morning, and a lot of that was just because there was just so much talking over and over and over again, and not moving on the business. But I like your idea. We would try it every other month or something, or I'd like to give it a shot and see how much work. What's important to me is how much more work you guys can get done, staff can get done, and that way we're following through. Because I think a lot of times what I've seen over the years is we're bringing the same items back over and over again because they're not completed. And then we're having to have this discussion again. I think we make sure we complete our business at our meetings and give you time to complete it, and then we just get the updates from where we're at.
I think you misunderstood what I was saying. I was saying it would be neat if we only did one meeting every other month, not rotating 2, 1, 1, 2. Not. I wasn't talking about that. I was being a little sarcastic. Doing less. I don't think we should do less than 2 a month.
So,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
So you're not two, so we don't have a consensus there. So we can keep moving on. I'm good either way.
So should I just withdraw?
Yeah, you just withdraw.
Withdraw?
We don't
Okay.
have the.
Yeah, I think it was just a consensus anyway, so
Yeah,
I'll just say no action.
no action.
So G8, procedures for flag application for a flag display. We may have overthought this a little bit, but I leave it for council to discuss.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Before we go on, it's past 10 o'clock. Is there consensus for council to continue?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead, City Clerk.
Councilmember, or Vice Mayor Resendez, please go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that that I think we should just do what San Juan Bautista. I said that at the last council meeting. Just scrap this altogether. I think that was my language. I think that it's never been a really that big of an issue. And if any council member wants to bring a flag forward for us to consider, then they should have every right to do that. I think we might have overcorrected ourselves here. I think that's what the clerk was alluding to. But we were elected by the people to represent them, and if they request us to bring forth a flag, then any council member should be able to do that, and then we should have that discussion, make a decision, and move on. I think that maybe there was some good intention behind the flag policy. In fact, I think that there was, even though I didn't support it, but we've seen what that turned into, and I think we should just go back to the way that it was in the beginning, and I really like how San Juan Bautista adopted that as their policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Mayor
May I-
Velazquez?
If I could just add to that, that if that is something the council decides to do, perhaps the one application, because I only have one sitting out there for May of 2022, could come forward prior to us doing that.
We're gonna have to wait on that one. Also, because there is another one, the Christian flag. Yeah,
It's out there,
yeah.
yeah.
And that's my concern with this whole thing is, where's the equity in this whole process if the flag, that Christian flag one is tabled? We're going to send it to the state attorney general, which I'm really upset with our city attorney. I have not gotten a copy of the letter that he was supposed to send to the attorney general to know exactly what he was asking. I haven't heard any response from that. I'm deeply I'm saddened that he's not following that direction. But so when we talk about, I'm mixed on this topic, because it's like some wise person told me, and I'm not going to mention Tim's name, but just because you get to do you follow the building permits, you pay for your fees, all that stuff doesn't mean that it's going to be approved. It seems pretty much the similar situation with the flag situation. So basically, eliminate that, and then I can be, the Christian flag can be denied. I mean, at least before, at least I had an application process with rules that we can't discriminate against, and yet we're not going to let that happen. So it's like, yeah, why put rules into place and not follow them? So yeah, we might as well get rid of them, right?
I think that's the point. It's just get rid of the rules, and then the council can bring one up, and then we can make a decision on yes or no and be done with it, instead of going through all the procedures of 100 signatures and so on. That way it streamlines it. Group wants to bring it, they just contact a council member. As I'm understanding, San Juan does it this way, correct, Ms. Resendez?
Yes, exactly. They'll have a council member sponsor and bring it forth. So I don't necessarily think that if the quote unquote rules were in place, that the outcome for the other flags would have been any different. I think that they would have been the same, and that's kind of what the problem is, and that's what I'm trying to get at, is that we should just have that discussion on the dais, and we're going to take action whatever way we see fit. We're elected to see the people, to represent the people. They can contact us, and then we can bring it forth.
May I ask if it would be possible to perhaps bring both the applications forward again to council? For,
Well,
I don't know.
I don't think it changes the applications that are already there. So that, it shouldn't be a conversation about what's been applied
For the future.
Yeah, it's about
From here
future
on.
applications. Whether we approve the other ones or not, that's a different conversation. This is about future things. Those have been applied for, they're still gonna come through. We'll go from there. You had a question or comment?
I did, Mayor, thank you. So, at our last council meeting, I heard Vice Mayor Resendez and his point, and I've thought a lot about it, and it makes a lot of sense to me. And I can certainly sense the frustration of changing direction, but I actually think I may have been the catalyst to ask staff to create a policy, and it's simply got more complicated than I think it needs to be, and I think it's been divisive for our community versus uniting our community. And I think it could be as simple as having a member of our community approach a member of council, bring it to that council member's attention, and it could be as simple as a simple majority on the dais vote to approve it once we have a full council. You know, I didn't realize until last meeting that if we're not a full council on the dais, that it has to be unanimous, and so we'll get beyond that point, I think, and we can simplify this, and I think we can make it more of a community poll than it feels like it is now, where it seems like we're challenged and we're struggling. I did want to say that I do support bringing the Christian flag forward. I am anxiously awaiting to hear what the State Attorney General's legal written opinion is, and I too have asked the city attorney to provide me with a copy of what has been sent, and I've yet to see that either. So I might not sense Councilmember Perez's frustration at that, but I can absolutely sympathize, if not empathize, with you on that, Councilmember Perez. And I do think that there should be some degree of accountability, and it is an important issue. And for me, I just think we've made this harder than it has to be, and I do trust in the council's common sense and good judgment on this. And I do think it's probably an unnecessary waste of city resources as well as community resources to go chase down 100 signatures. I'm pretty comfortable with the fact that if I had taken the time, I would have been successful in getting a minimum of 100 people to sign a petition to fly the breast cancer awareness flag in the month of October, but nobody in the community brought it forward, and I chose not to pursue it personally because I was trying to depersonalize it, not personalize the conversation and further polarize our community on something like this. We have a lot of things that are important, and certainly I'm not saying this is not important, but it seems to have taken a lot of staff's time and council's time, and it's done exactly the opposite of what I thought it would do by having a good, clear, sound public policy. And so I would absolutely support Vice Mayor Resendez's position on this, that we recall the policy and do as has been suggested by the Vice Mayor, the Mayor, and Councilmember Perez in this regard. And I also would like to suggest for council's consideration that we buy more than 1 or 2 clips, because those poles are absolutely capable, the community pole, of holding probably at least 4 flags. And at some point we know when we're not flying another flag, and I still think that the top flag on that community pole should be the City of Hollister flag, whether it be the temporary one or the one our commission is working to create now through community engagement. And so I think there's a lot of opportunity there, and maybe the only conversation that would be difficult, other than yes and no from the dais, would be, do we allow for it to go for 1 day, 10 days, 20 days, a full month? And depending on the organization, I think that will drive that. I mean, I absolutely 100% agree with the LGBTQ plus flag flying the entire month of June. I absolutely support the law enforcement flag flying the month of May, and there are several other worthy ones. I mean, as I understand it, Disability Awareness Month is the month of August, if I'm not mistaken.
Special Olympics also.
And that could have been a great flag to fly. And so whether it be a council member bringing that request forward or a member of their community, I think we can get to a win-win situation. And so I think we just go there, frankly. Thank you, Mayor, for the time to comment.
Turn into a good thing. Absolutely. Go ahead, Mr. Perez.
So I think one of the things, the potentials that I see, and it's like I mentioned before, it's like we're going to have more than 1 flag. We're going to need more than just 1 flag a month. And it's like, so the thing's going to be, and this, I'm just looking to the future, it's like when you got 2 flags coming in, it's like, who's going to go on top? That's why I would suggest, this is just another suggestion, if we get 1 flag for the month, that flag goes up. 2 flags, you split the month. Whoever comes in first, gets to the podium first, gets to, because it's going to be a difference. I love flags. I'm a Raider fan. I love my flag, even when they lose. So, but you know what? It's like, it's just being true. And you always want your flag on top. There's an order to, if you look at the flag ethics for the federal and the state, there's an order. And so I think that people are going to want their flag to be on top. Me, it's like, I think that it should just be, however many flags you have, you split it up during those days. Whoever comes in, whoever presents first, goes first, gets to pick his time, and second one, and so on and so on. That's how I feel.
If I can make a quick suggestion.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I would just say that we should, I think you bring up some valid points, but I think we should discuss those when and if and when we bring up the flags to be adopted. That would be my suggestion. And then lastly, I just want to say that this doesn't have to be a negative thing. I think this turned out to be a positive thing. We all learned from it, and it brought awareness to all these other causes that exist and all these other flags that we could potentially bring forth. So to me, that's a win. Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. So just in response to Councilmember Perez's comment, again, I think positioning could absolutely become an issue. But again, if we were to fly the city flag at the top of that pole, at best you're going to be in second position, and that doesn't mean you're second best or third best unless you're a Raiders flag flyer.
I knew you were going to go there.
But on a serious note, I think, if we're predicting them, we can prevent a lot of those challenges. And this is, I couldn't agree more with the Vice Mayor. This is absolutely growing pains of this council moving forward, but in a positive way to do good things for our community. And I think our spirit of cooperation exemplifies that will. And, we're going to take some missteps. As long as they're baby steps, I think we're good. So thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity to comment.
Absolutely. I think this turned into a better way to do it. And I think Vice Mayor Resendez said it best. It brought awareness from the community. And there's many groups. And if there is do a coin toss. Make it fair. Somebody outside of the council do a coin toss and figure that out, and we move on. Because Mr. Burns is right. It doesn't mean you're second best or third best. You're part of the community. And that's right, and we should be proud of it. So I think this has turned into a good thing. So I would support repealing what we had the resolution. If we need to do that in a future meeting, is that what we bring it back?
I
and
could
repeal?
even do that as early as September 20th, just to rescind the whole thing.
So then what do we do about the applications that are in process?
Those are still in process. Those don't
Okay.
change. All that's fair and square. So, right? Okay, we can do that. Okay. At that
Thank
time,
you.
would you make that policy that basically citizen just brings it to a council member and, or?
If it's okay with you, if I can just run the language by Councilmember Burns, I'll just do a staff report when I rescind the one. It'll just state, or maybe work with Vice Mayor Resendez on what that language should say.
Keep it very simple.
Or we could borrow the language from the city of San Juan Bautista.
Perfect. Yep, I will contact Trish. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Perez?
And so there is no, like, just, so if they come today, we can put it up tomorrow? Is it that quick of a process? I'm just, it's a question.
It
I-
would
I'm
still
not
be brought
complaining.
to a council meeting?
It'd be brought to a council meeting for approval, and then if it's approved, it
Goes up the
if
next
it's-
day.
So
the
I
next
guess
day.
the
Right.
process would be if you received a request, you would let the city clerk's office know. We would put a staff report on. It wouldn't be a resolution, it wouldn't be anything like that. It would be probably a G3 consensus thing, and boom, we're done.
So for clarification, though, it wouldn't necessarily require a member of the community. If one of the council members wanted to author a request
Absolutely.
as well. Thank you.
Yes.
It would actually come from the council. We would only accept it from the council.
Yeah, so you could do it, bring it yourself, yes. Okay,
So, just for clarity, so someone wants to get a flag done in my district, they call me.
they can call you, yes, sir.
Although they could call any member of the council.
Okay,
This is a citywide.
okay.
Right.
That's what I was,
Whatever is easier for them. So, okay, there's consensus on that?
okay.
All right. Okay, now we'll move to item G9, Zoom meetings.
Okay, G9 is for Zoom continuance, and I have actually gotten an update, just like you had said. That's to the mayor. On March 17th, when the California governor issued the executive order N29, which amended the executive order N25, and I provided them all for you as part of a series of emergency measures in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Executive Order N29 allowed local or state legislative bodies to hold meetings via teleconference and to make meetings accessible electronically without violating the open meetings laws found in the Bagley-Keene Act or the Brown Act. The order waived certain provisions of the Brown Act, including requirements that meetings be conducted in physical locations and that a majority of the teleconferencing members are physically present within the agency's jurisdictional boundaries. Those were all waived. There is a new executive order, N0821, which established a timeline to lift that COVID pandemic waiver. And under the governor's reopening plan, the Brown Act provisions with Executive Order N2920, as well as California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA provisions within Executive Order N5420, and as extended by Executive Order N8020, Paragraph 6, it will expire on September 30th, 2021. So any local agency meetings taking place after that time must ensure physical public access to all meeting locations. The lifting of this Executive Order N2920 does not mean that public agencies will be precluded from allowing the public to participate in meetings by telephone through systems like Zoom. If we continue Zoom, it would require notice of city council member participation location to be given to the city clerk's office in advance, no later than the Wednesday prior to each city council meeting, so that we could place it on the agenda, the location in which you are going to Zoom from. It will allow, the city council member would also need to post the agenda at the location that they plan to Zoom from 72 hours in advance, and allow the public to attend at that location. The same would apply to all commission agendas as well, or any other, I guess even youth committees, if anyone were going to participate by Zoom that are agendized. So my question was if we wanted to continue using Zoom. However, about 2:14 p.m. today, we received that there's an AB 361, Assembly Bill 361, and Assembly Bill 361 is, I'm not sure exactly when it's going to go before the Assembly. But basically, if it passes, it would allow for legislative bodies to keep conducting meetings virtually, and we won't have to follow that part of the Brown Act that requires us to list the addresses. For this Assembly Bill to work, the state must have declared a state of emergency, and your legislative body must report out every 30 days after their first meeting, using this as to why they are meeting virtually. So I have, I didn't provide it to you, but I will email you a copy of this Assembly Bill 361. It was introduced by Assemblymember Robert Rivas. And again, I don't see here. It was last amended in the Senate on September 3rd, 2021. But I'm not sure if it's passed.
Christine?
Yes.
So AB 339, which was co-authored by Assemblymember Robert Rivas, was passed, I believe, in the Assembly. And it's now going to the Senate, I believe, and that's going to extend it to December 31st, 2023. So, I mean, I could be wrong, but I did speak to the author, Assemblymember Lee, about this, and Robert Rivas about this a few months ago. So I think we need to do a little bit more research, I would say, to find out like exactly where we're at with it. And then, yeah, that would be my primary thoughts. And then I've just got a couple of other thoughts whenever we move to comments.
So my thought then would be if I could bring this back on the 20th to see if there's any updates I could provide at that time. I will also research AB 339 and be sure that not only that I send them to you, but that I attach them to the next staff report so the public has access to them as well.
And if I can just say a couple of words, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. So the pandemic thrust us into this new technology era and age, right? But honestly, guys, we were behind the times before that. So we've got to look at the benefits that come out of using technology. I heard Councilmember Tim Burns request that he would like all department heads to be here at every meeting, and I wholeheartedly agree with that. I support that, but I don't necessarily think they need to be in the chambers. I'd like them to be attending at least on Zoom if we have any questions. I mean, that's something that's you know, a little bit more flexible, and it's something that we can do to accommodate them and their families and all the hard hours that they work. You know, I've got a sick daughter here at home right now. You know, she was home all day by herself, and I'm here trying to cater to her and stuff. It's just, this is the way of the world, and it is very convenient. We're all getting used to it. It's very convenient. I'll be there when I can, just like anybody else. And I know that this is a little bit, could be controversial for some people. They're very passionate about their position, but if anybody knows me, I'm a bit of a techie, and I really enjoy, and I'd like to see that we're moving forward and we're adapting and we're including all of these tools to our disposal. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. Unlike Vice Mayor Resendez, I am a technological dinosaur. I carry a flip phone, and I'm proud to say I know how to use it most of the time. Having said that, I have actually been forced, as a result of the pandemic, to embrace technology, and as a direct result of that, regardless of the posting requirements, regardless of what passes or not, I think it still provides a viable alternative under a certain set of circumstances. I wouldn't want it to be the norm, but Councilmember Vice Mayor Resendez was absolutely correct. I did ask on one of my longer laundry lists and council comments that to have the department heads here in the event there are questions, but
absolutely agree. If we could find a way that that works, where they could Zoom in from home or wherever, I think that works well. And I think it gives us other options, and I do think we have to work smarter, not necessarily longer or harder. And so I would like us to move forward with Zoom as an option, regardless of what the requirements are in the future. Thank you, Mayor.
If I may also just clarify that that Zoom requirement and posting certificate would only be for council, possibly city attorney and city manager. But for sure council, and I'll double check on that, but it wouldn't be for any member of the audience or department head.
Councilmember Perez, go ahead, sir.
I would love to Zoom in from the middle of the lake.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
But sir, but my only concern is, and I think it's a great tool to use. My only concern is when we're in closed session, I think we should be video. We should be a live feed just during closed session, because we're supposed to know that we're all secluded and that there's no public access to that. And I think that at least during a closed session, that it should be a live feed, video feed. But the rest of it, leave a blank screen, put a picture up. I think that's my only issue.
I'm sort of like Mr. Burns. I'm not the most tech-savvy person, but I've been amazed at how this has turned out. And I think Mr. Resendez is correct. We are really behind the times. And we didn't know it until this came about. And it has changed our world completely. I personally like to be here if it's in a safe environment, which I think it is now. But there's times where you can't. And if you can Zoom in, why not? I mean, it's just, why not? And I would like to continue, if we can, with it. I think it's worked out well. And I'm sure in the near future, that's probably going to end up being the standard for a lot of communities, just zooming in for different reasons. But that's all I have to say with that. Do we have any public comment? No public comment?
Elia, wake up.
No, Christine has to wake up. I did put my name in. I'm sorry.
Okay.
You got to call me on all of them.
My apologies, Alia, I am so sorry.
That's okay. I do want to speak on, well, I want to speak on a lot of them, but on number 9, I agree that the times have changed. And I personally have been asking that the city council be here personally. And it hasn't happened, and I haven't been here for a while. I've been on Zoom. It's very convenient, and I appreciate the mayor being here. I don't know how long he's been showing up, but I finally see that he is here. So following the rules, and I realize that Councilman Resendez's daughter is sick, but that doesn't mean, and I do not condone, and I don't think we should have the council members give out their home address. If that, Councilman Resendez's home right now, I don't think he should publicly notice his address, that that's where he's at, because I don't think that people should be showing up to his house because that's where he's Zooming from. I think it's dangerous. I know that we've had people showed up to former council member Honor Spencer's house, knocking on her door. You don't know who's coming or going to your door, so I don't think, it's, for Councilman Resendez, who has a child there, it's dangerous.
Christine, do we have the timer on? I'm sorry, Elia.
It's on. Go ahead.
My apologies.
Okay. So anyway, I don't know what the rule is exactly that it says. I know he has to post, and if he can post and say he's going to be doing it from home, then that's good enough without having to put the address out there. But it hasn't been noticed That's the problem. So the times have changed. The Zoom is so convenient. We haven't been doing any traveling. You've either been in the city or you've been home or you've been at work. And if you can't make it here, you're caught in traffic or whatever, you're able to Zoom. I know I've done it and paid attention. But you can pull over, which I've had to pull over because I've got comments to do or whatever. And it's so convenient. But again, I prefer that the council members, you're here to represent the entire city, and you should be here at the dais. The department heads, I think it would be okay for them to be at home. You know, we have one right behind me, and she hasn't had to come up and speak or anything, but she could have been home Zooming it. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Perez? Did we have any other speakers first? Sorry.
I have no other speakers.
Elliot again.
Councilmember Perez?
So what about Paul? How you doing? How does Zoom the Zoom meetings affect you? I mean, does it matter? Or the rest of the staff? You too. You count too.
Hello, council. Sitting over there in the corner, running the Zoom and helping the city clerk. It has been a challenge to get this all figured out. And, you know, now that it's all kind of figured out, we got kind of the technology to be able to do it. It's easier and, you know, more convenient for the public to be able to make their comments and attend and view. You know, the concern that's kind of out there is the ability of anybody in the world to be able to Zoom and take up valuable time, you know, of a business that's Hollister business that's not really, you know, external business and stuff like that. But you know, that is out there. Besides that, you know, I think it took quite a bit to kind of get everything, you know, the audio stuff to get worked out, the camera stuff to get worked out. We even helped San Juan Bautista and the county kind of help get them going too. It does take a lot of my time as far as being able to help manage it, operate it. It's definitely not a one-person, you know, show. You definitely need an assistance to the city clerk to help manage this whole thing. So that's all I have to say as far as.
Yeah, just real quick to add on to what Paul was saying about our coastal neighbor cities. They're having that issue that anybody from around the world can call in on an issue. So you're not getting our citizens commenting on our local issues. So that it's always something that you need to kind of keep in the back of your mind.
You know, there's always going to be issues.
Right.
There's always going to be issues. And, you know, that might happen one-off here and there. But overall, again, I've been amazed at the process. And I want to thank you for making it work for us, because you did get ahead of most people on this. And I'm glad to hear you helped others. It's not perfect. Nothing is. And we've had issues in the past without Zoom, people coming here that were from not in town or for different reasons. So no perfect thing. I think it's working well. Like it to be there in case we need it. There's times where I can't make it physically here, but if I can Zoom, that'd be great.
Mm-hmm.
Except on my anniversary. My wife won't have any part of that. But
yeah, I would say our consultants, it's saved us in consultant time, so that's been very nice also.
Yeah, it's saved exactly for consultants. That's a perfect example. Instead of somebody having to drive 2 hours down here and 2 hours back, billing us for that, by the way, they can just get online and take care of it. So,
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead. Mr. Perez had a comment first, and I'll come back
The
to
last
you.
comment is, I promise, is maybe we can fix that in there a little bit better.
That
behind closed session.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, that's the other
That's a
thing.
challenge.
But you know, this guy, I drive by 5:30 in the morning, and he's here.
Yeah.
It's like he wakes up the rooster.
I wake them up.
Go ahead,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Resendez.
Thank you. 3 quick points. Number one, usually I can see the timer on my screen and I didn't see it, so I thought the timer wasn't running. So I apologize. I wasn't trying to cut off your time. Number two, I agree with the speaker about the safety concerns. We're living in some very scary, divisive times, right? But I have faith in the legislators, and I think that they'll work all that out throughout the process, right? We'll figure it out as we go. And then number two, I think that we have a potential, and we have seen more public engagement with being on Zoom and making it more accessible to people. Living in a commuter town, they can, as Ms. Salinas pointed out, pull over if they want. They can listen to it on the way over here, and then they can, make comments and whatnot. So I'd like to see more, and I've stressed this to our already busy staff there, more of a social media presence, more of technology presence rather than less. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay.
The only other thing I would like to say is that if we were to continue with Zoom, is to have a place for Paul to sit. So we would have to work something out over here, because I don't think that's viable back there. And it's basically turning the video on and off on the timer, unmuting, muting people, and then sharing screens. The reason we share the screen is because Roland's zooming in, so he's not going to be able to see anything if we don't share the screen. If everyone were here, we could just do it on the monitor. So there's tricks to every little part of it. Yeah.
Okay. Is that it? Thank you.
So I'm asking for council consensus to continue at Zoom.
There was a consensus. Continue,
Yes.
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 Okay. HIJK, there's no business. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Good night, everyone.